Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another season, another edition here of the 2026 GSL Season 1 Ro8 Group B. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chat as well, and, of course, by our main hosts, as you can see here, State and Tasteless on the main stream. True, shout out to State and Tasteless as we have returned here with the final day of the group stage. Again, we had our initial round of 12 into round of 8, and we already have 2 players confirmed into the top 4. 2 Terrans, Cure and Maru. Cure and Maru, they've both made it through into the top 4, into the semifinals, into the offline event in a couple of weeks. Meanwhile, we're here to determine who will join Cure and Maru in those offline finals. Will it be another Terran, Protoss, or a Zerg? We're here to find out. Meanwhile, as you can see here, we have our schedule. Let's have a look here. Let's take a close look. When it comes to our schedule, as you can see, here we are on the 7th of May, covering the final day of the group stage, and the semifinals and finals will be taking place on the 17th of May. That'll be in 2 weeks' time on a Sunday. Again, if you happen to be in Korea, then do consider going to the event and getting a tickets, of course. You can see there the tickets are available, of course. They're available at ticketlink.co.kr, so you can purchase them online. Likewise, again, the offline finals. It's coming, baby. It's coming. Of course, we'll be there to cover it as well. Not live at the events, but here, I guess, co-streaming in a sense, or here over on Soup. But we'll do our best to provide as much hype coverage as we can. Oh my god, again, so we'll see who is going to be joining Cure and Maru over in that offline event. Again, if you want to support the GSL, you can do so via the Patreon. We'll get more into that soon, I'm sure, seeing just how much we've funded so far towards our next goal. There it is. If you want to support the GSL here in 2026, you can do so via their Patreon, patreon.com/GSL, and you can, of course, help boost the prize pool, or help actually work towards greater stretch goals, towards a boosted prize pool, towards another season of GSL as well. Likewise, you can also support Soup via their platform. Over on Soup, you can also support them with Code A or Code S as 2 different packages to gain a bunch of benefits. Likewise, on Patreon, there are other benefits as well to gain access to some player interviews, photos as well, some behind-the-scenes news works, and likewise, even some credits as well, getting your name in the ending credits. So again, there are plenty of different tiers on Patreon and on Soup. Do support the GSL, and here are the tiers here are the next tiers to kind of reach this next level of support, I should say. These stretch goals: $6,000 a month, which we're almost there, by the way. We're almost at 6,000. Is to have GSL CK twice a month. Meanwhile, $10,000 a month is to fund GSL Season 3. Currently, Season 1 and Season 2 are fully funded. Season 3 has yet to be confirmed for the year, so you can help us make it a reality by reaching that stretch goal. And y'all, let's go! We reached the next goal here, $6,013 a month. We have reached the goal of 2 GSL CKs per month. Let's go, baby, let's go. So we reached our first goal. We then have $10,000 for GSL CK, and then, sorry, for GSL Season 3, and then we have the next stretch goal for a boosted prize pool for the round 16 for GSL Season 3 as well. Meanwhile, as you can see here, we have the group stage. You can see Cure and Maru made it through. Rogue and Classic are out of GSL. Meanwhile, we have Group B, SHIN, Zoun, ByuN, and herO. We have a nice variety of players here, a nice variety of races, I should say. And here we have them before you. SHIN, Zoun, ByuN, and herO all going to be duking it out to determine the top 2 to make it through into the round of 4, into the semi-finals. Let's go, baby, let's go. Regardless, I mean, these players already know now they're going to have a Terran opponents in the next round, either Cure or Maru, and we'll see who can make it through, who will advance on. Coming into this group, I would say that herO is the heavy favorite to make it through in first place, but joining herO, it is going to be very close here. Zoun, SHIN, and ByuN all very close in skill, and we can even see some upsets. We have seen these players bring herO down in the past. Meanwhile, we have our first player here. SHIN does rise to the challenge. What is his quote here? Thank you, Soup and the fans, for all the support for SC2. Will do my best. Wholesome, baby. SHIN. So SHIN, some kind words looking at his recent performances here. Top 4 in DreamHack Dallas 2025. We have top 12 for GSL Season 2 of 2025. So a bit of an underperformance there. Likewise, top 12 in DWC 2025 and top 12 in Rongi Cup Season 3 as well. His most notable, of course, recent result was that top 4 of DreamHack Dallas. That was when he did showcase the Roach into Ultra play in ZVT to great effect. If you remember, that was a tournament where SHIN actually beat Clem. SHIN did defeat Clem in that event. It was a big momentous occasion for him. But meanwhile, we have Zoun as his opponent. What is his next? What is his quote here? Just let me get through this group. Just por favor, papi, let me get through. Ay, 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 este Zoun. Zoun, he got top 24 in DreamHack Dallas. Did get top 6 in GSL 2025 Season 2. Got top 12 in EWC and top 12 in Ro8 Cup Season 3 as well. So did outperform SHIN when it came to the GSL performance. But again, these two players here, we'll see. They did somewhat struggle when it comes to some of the other major events last year. We'll see if they can excel coming into GSL this year. Let's go. So we have our vetoes here. Whoa, for the first time in the group stage, Celestial Enclave. That is one of the most commonly vetoed maps in the map pool, but we for the first time get to experience it here and now in GSL. So we have Celestial Enclave for game 1, White Rabbit for game 2, and 10,000 feet for game 3. Zoun, he gets rid of the more aggressive maps with Root Rock and Tourmaline, and gets rid of Mothership as well. As we are jumping into our game, let's go. This morning in the right-hand corner of Celestial Enclave, we have the South Green Zerg player, we have the Blue Zerg, it is SHIN. Bottom left, we have our onside, Zoun. They just don't let us get it going. Let's go. But again, a crazy turn of events here in terms of the vetoes, and I'm curious to see what our plan is going to be coming into Celestial Enclave of all maps. We'll get into it. First things first, we have the head-to-head. We have offline series scores. SHIN 3-4 in favor of Zoun, actually. Meanwhile, online in favor of SHIN with a much higher scoreline in his favor. Okay. Again, they haven't played too often when it comes to offline events. But here we go, we're settling into Celestial Enclave. Celestial Enclave is one of the larger maps in the map pool, has a pocket expansion, has a defendable third base, and has a secure fourth as well. Sorry, I should say has a secure pocket expansion, has a secure natural, and a secure third base as well. So a very secure 4-base setup here. As a result of that, we often see a lot of vetoes because it is so easy to turtle up and to set up a 4-base economy and to build up and to force a late game, right? You can easily set up the late game here, and typically Protoss is favored on this map in PvZ as a result of that. Now, the question becomes, SHIN, if you let this map through the vetoes, there has to be a reason for it. There has to be, and already proxy hatch. So SHIN does open up with a hatch block, will disrupt the economy here of Zoun, and there are ways to be aggressive on this map, right? When it comes to the pocket expansion, there's Nidus Worm potential. Muta play is also viable here on Celestial Enclave. True to go into mass Muta. Likewise, there's also rocks coming to the natural base, so you can knock down those rocks unscouted and try to be cheeky and try to catch your opponent off guard. There are ways to take advantage of this map, but they're a little bit farther between. It's a little bit more niche with how to be aggressive on this map, and I would imagine SHIN does want to be aggressive. Like, no shot he's coming into this map to play a longer macro game. No shot, map. You're not ready. We do open up with our double hatchery setup here into a third base. A very fast third hatchery for SHIN. This will delay his queen production. So queen's going to be delayed for SHIN in favor of that extra hatchery back at home. Meanwhile, we do see that SHIN, will he let the hatchery finish? He should be canceling here. He's already forcing a reaction, forcing out zealots, denying mining time, and there it is. There is that cancellation. Again, just delaying and disrupting the economy as much as possible for Zoun. Meanwhile, it is going to be the Stargate opener behind this, so standard follow-up here, but was forced to make the Zealots, forced to make the Adepts, and Zoun will now have to counterattack. Now, he has built up this army, and he has these units early on, and he can force some inefficiencies out of SHIN. SHIN this early on, remember, he did delay his second queen, and his lings are now on the way. He has to invest in a lot of lings here to survive, to minimize losses. Yeah, so reap what he sowed here, as he did force out a bunch of Zealots and a bunch of Adepts early on in the game. Lings are popping out, Adept does shade in. Ooh. And will miss a shot. Okay, bit of miscontrol. Does miss a shot. SHIN does pull away. We have 10 lings amassing here for SHIN. Queen on the ramp as well on the high ground. So far, SHIN is holding. And we'll see if SHIN can minimize losses and preserve his mineral line. Adept does right in the shade. Lings are keeping up. We come in for the surround. We do catch out the Zealots, not bad. Yeah, 1-2 Zealots get surrounded. Very nice catch here for SHIN. Very efficient trades. Here he pulls away. And do we commit to the shade into the main? We do not. Yeah, shade is cancelled. So far, SHIN is holding very nicely. SHIN is holding back. He's holding, is defending. Where's down behind this? Oh, Void Ray first. Sorry, Oracle first into a Void Ray. Very interesting. We spoke about this last time, of course, but Void Rays, they're built to deny vision, to deny scouting, to keep SHIN in the dark, and to potentially hide some tech. We could be hiding a Fleet Beacon, could be hiding a Twilight Council, or we could be hiding nothing. For now, the Oracle picks in. 1, 2 drones do go down, so some nice damage early on. Ooh, has to be careful not to sustain too much damage there on that Oracle. Pulls away, the Void Ray is coming, and the Void Ray will hunt down the Overlord. So the Overlord is going to be caught. Oh, he's going to be hunted down. And behind this, what do you have for us? Again, eyes are on Zoun. Eyes are on him. Ooh, Zoun rushing to... Okay, going into the high ground threat expansion. That is unexpected. Typically, players either go for the pocket base or they expand on the low ground. So a very interesting expansion pattern here. Has to knock down those rocks, of course, but is going to be very secure. It's going to be very secure. As he's expanding towards his opponents. Gases are taken. Scouting drone goes down. And Zoun is going to be building up. And I would not be surprised if we see a Fleet Beacon soon. Now the Oracle does pull back. Gets 2 more drone kills. 4 in total. That second Void Ray. Again, that's a sign of Sky Toss. Second Void Ray is on the way. Show us that Fleet Beacon. There it is. Second Stargate. So not quite all the way to the Fleet Beacon, but second Stargate gets thrown down for a massive Void Ray. And we're still looking with the Fleet Beacon for the eventual carrier or Tempest Rushing. There it is. Fleet Beacon is on the way. Now, again, if we can read the potential Sky Toss rush here early on for Zoun, then SHIN can as well. Obviously, he needs confirmation, right? He's only seen 1 Void Ray so far. That's not enough of a tell. He has to either get into the bases, or as soon as he sees the second Void Ray, then that is a he scouts. Wow, we didn't quite see there, but it looks like an Overlord did get in, and there we go. Confirms second Stargate and Fleet Beacon. Big scout for SHIN. Big scout. So now he's aware. Now, how does he respond? Well, typically we respond with a Spire. Yep, there we go. Spire is on the way for Corruptor Queen. So Corruptor Queen is going to be the composition of choice to build up and to have a standing army against the Sky Toss. Meanwhile, Zoun knows he got scouted, but he's still committing here. We have the Forge on the way for upgrades. Still further tech. Delay on the Twilight Council. At they do threaten the Shade. Ooh, Void Rays, they catch out the Queens as well. A bit of a messy defense here for SHIN. Okay, Shade is cancelled. Shade is cancelled. 1 Queen goes down. Very nice pick up. Do we get another? Not quite. But again, 1 Queen is very nice damage here for Zoun. Oh, that's interesting. Do you see what I see? That's a Spire and a Hydroden. Usually it's one or the other. Rarely it's both. So in my mind, if we're going for the Hydroden, I imagine that might just be taking up and getting ready for Lurkers coming into a longer game. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on SHIN. We'll see how he does make use of said Hydroden. For now, we're droning. We're taking our gases. Getting up to 66 workers. That is 3 base saturation for SHIN. They're droning up a little bit further. Lings, they do come over this round. They don't quite get the Adepts. Yeah, not quite. Oh, Baling round by is... Yeah, we do rethink ourselves. Does cancel. Preserves all that gas. Comes in for the scouts. Confirming no lurkout expansion. We just surround. Ah, not quite. Yeah, once again attempts to surround, but Adepts they do get within range of the battery. Temple Archives on the way, working towards Storm and towards Archons. So Zoun is already perfecting his army. And again, sorry, so once again to emphasize the map itself, and we're kind of taking it for granted here, but this kind of setup that Zoun is going for, the rush into Tempest and the amount of Tempest he has, a big reason why he's able to do so is because of the map, is because of how safe and secure. As you can see, these Ling Roundbys are doing nothing, how easy it is to turtle up. Because remember, Zoun still has the pocket base. He still has a free expansion back there to take. For free, Pat, as the Observer does point out. And again, this is unique to Celestial Enclave. This is why this map is often vetoed. It's why I was surprised to see SHIN play on this map, and why I assumed that SHIN was going to go for an all-in of some kind. But the answer is no. SHIN, he's playing straight up. He's playing standard. He's being greedy in his own way, of course, taking up and rushing into Corruptors. There's that free pocket expansion. But the pressure is still very much so on SHIN to slow this down before we build up a Death Ball. Ooh, tries to go for the dive. Yeah, batteries are in position. Corruptors are punished. No pickoff yet. Yeah, there was no pickoff. Hydra upgrades are on the way. Interesting. Getting some Hydra upgrades. In my mind, I would have assumed it would have been Lingbane Corruptor Ultra, but no, it's going to be Lingbane Corruptor, potentially Hydra Lurker. So, curious. Corruptors, they come in from behind. They might be able to Caustic Spray down the base. They force a reaction. Again, this is the thing here. The bases, they're safe, they're secure, they're also very consolidated. Tempest, they defend. Storm of the Banelings. Can we get in? We cannot. Their Banelings are denied. The Lings, they attempt to surround. We force out a bunch of Storms, and Corruptors, they just get annihilated. So many Storms, they're so low. They do bring down the Tempest, though. Yeah, 1, 2 Tempest going down. Resets the Skyjust army. Corruptors are so low, but they survive. Okay. Better trade for SHIN. He resets the Tempest, resets the Void Rays, he forces the counterattack. And fun fact, remember those Hydra upgrades. Hydras are on the way and they will help defend, but no lurkers. That's my concern. No lurkers. So here comes down, he's counterattacking. It's so fast to move out. The Rushes is so short from that expansion. The Archon's working towards the mineral line. Hydras are amassing, and SHIN, can he hold on? Can he survive? Can he hold? Bappy collapsing on top of the Stalkers. Banelings, they waddle in, and it looks like SHIN is holding. But the drones! Ooh, the drones get caught. That's a lot of drones going down. 12 worker kills, but SHIN does survive. And he's came with the production. Yeah, came with the production. Ensuring there are no more Tempest, no more Void Rays. SHIN holds. And now he can tech up. And now is when we should be seeing a Lurker Den. Like Lurker Den, Lingbane, Hydra Lurker. No Lurker Den yet, just working on a +1 range. And that was all that Zoun had, right? Like, he focused so much on building up his Sky Toss. The Sky Toss is gone at this point. Nice target firing here with the Stalkers, but I believe that Nexus is still going to go down. And nice pickup. Nexus does fall. Does cost SHIN a lot of Corruptors, though. Does what, 6 Corruptors falling. Ay, ay, ay. There's a lot of Corruptors going down. Tempest production has begun once again. But Zoun is knocked down to 3 bases, at least temporarily. And SHIN is gearing up. He's gearing up. It's still not easy to break this 4-base setup. The 5th base is more exposed, and it's going to be a little bit more vulnerable. But I believe Zoun may be able to turtle up and max out again. It's just, I just have a really hard time seeing a world where SHIN can push up the ramp and push into all these storms, right? There's what, 6 High Templar? There's a lot of storms there. Sorry, 4 High Templar. There are a lot of storms available. We'll see how SHIN can angle his army. Prism gets caught. Nice catch for SHIN. Nice catch. SHIN is about to max out. Again, Zoun is not too far behind. I would say that Zoun would do with more High Templar. I think his Templar count is still quite low. He's got 5. That's 5 Templar. Here comes SHIN. Just trying to get a better angle. Attempting to. And we collapse it. Massive storms. Yeah, storms that connect with the Banelings. More storms on the flank as well. Again, that's a lot of storms, and there's still more storms available. Down to 1 more. Does land. Yeah, it does land, and with that, looks like Tempest, they will be able to deflect. I say that with more Hydras coming in. No more storms. Oh my god, I expected too soon. There was 1 more towards the end, and Zoun holds. As we mentioned here, like I did have a really hard time envisioning a world where SHIN could break this position due to all the storms. SHIN, he does nibble away at the 5th base, but he will fail to kill the 5th. We need more Zealot Warpins. GG. GG gets called. Zoun, he holds, he defends. And Zoun takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Zoun takes the lead in the series. And again, very bold by SHIN to not veto this map. That's what I have to say about that. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. But again, Celestial Enclave, there's a reason why this is the first time we're seeing it in the group stage. It's the first time. Like, it is a very commonly vetoed map for this very reason. It is easier. It is the easiest map in the map pool to turtle up on 4 bases. To just turtle up and just hunker down and secure yourself. It's so difficult to break that shell, to break that turtling Protoss on 4 expansions, on Celestial Enclave. And a shout out to SHIN because, hey, I was shocked. I was impressed that SHIN reset the Skytoss army. Right? He dove in, he reset the Skytoss, and he survived the counterattack as well, but he lost 12 drones. Remember, because of those 12 drones that went down, SHIN, he didn't have the economy to rebuild, remax, and counterattack anywhere near fast enough to do so before Zoun could build back up and stabilize. So SHIN, he still sustained a lot of damage when it came to the counterattack, and by the time he built back up, Zoun had already built up 5 High Templar, plenty of Storms, more Tempest once again, and he was able to secure himself for the second fight, for the second big push. So GG, well played. Again, shout out to SHIN for having the tenacity to go for this map. Doesn't quite go his way, and here we go. We're loading into White Rabbit. In the bottom hand corner, we have the blue Zurich player. It is SHIN. In the top right, we have the red Protoss. For onside, it is Zoun. Here we go. Zoun, he is up in the series. Zoun, he needs one more game to claim the win here. The pressure is on SHIN. And welcome to White Rabbit. Now, I would say this is going to be a better map for SHIN. There's some interesting features here. The map is quite large. There's a lot of expansions. Larger map. I would say that the distance between the natural 3rd and 4th base is much longer on this map. There's more space in between the bases. Because of that, there's a lot more counterattack, flanking, and just aggressive potential for the aggressing player to try to punish an opponent for being out of position or catching the mid-rotation as well. So here on a map like this, it's very large, a lot of bases, that is true. So all-ins, especially early game all-ins, are not really as favored due to the rush distance by ground. But when it comes to mid-game aggression, defending your 4 bases is a lot more difficult on a White Rabbit. And we've seen many a Protoss player attempt and fail and struggle to defend here on White Rabbit. So here I do lean more towards SHIN. Game 1 was going to be Zoun favorite. Game 2, I'm going to say is SHIN favorite here. But we'll see, because it's hard to predict how SHIN will approach this. You know, SHIN, he's willing to be dynamic and willing to be diverse in his play. Once again, just like last game, I would say that muta play is an option here, to go into mutas, to go into an earlier lair, an earlier spire. I'm going into 3.5 base all-ins, also very viable as well. Cutting workers at 66 and building up with mass Ling Hydra. We'll keep an eye on SHIN. I would say that earlier Roach aggression and German taxis are less favorable here. So eyes are on SHIN. From the side of Zoun, we're expecting either safe play or another approach you can take here, just because this map kind of favors mid-game aggression, is for the Protoss player to subvert expectations and go for an earlier all-in and go for early like Glaive Adepts, for example. Like moves like that can work quite well here and can catch players off guard. For now, Stargate. Stargate opener out of Zoun. Does open Stargate. And from here, we should be seeing an Oracle opener into a 3rd base. Last game, we saw an early Void Ray into Skytoss, but as we mentioned, that was very map dependent. I don't really see that working here on White Rabbit. I would say it would be ill-advised for Zoun to attempt to go for a Tempest Rush. Just catching up. Showing me the pylon is going to be denied. SHIN does find some damage. Ooh, I'd have to do shade into the main base. Yeah, catching out 1 drone, catching out a 2nd. Ooh, 2 drones go down. Yeah, no Spore Trick, but a miscontrol by SHIN. Losing 3? Oh god, 3 drone kills. Ay, that should not have happened. For 1 adept, that is a very strong start for Zoun. Oof, yeah, catching out 3 drones. Behind this, the Oracle is on the way. Shaky start for SHIN, and remember, we're not done. The Oracle will also apply some pressure, add more damage, and Adepts, they can continue their own aggression as well. SHIN being active, moving out across the map. True, that is the one downside here. Because Zoun lost the Adept, that means he has 1 less Adept to defend his 3rd. So his 3rd base is going to be more vulnerable. We can see SHIN trying to be active to try to punish and disrupt the 3rd. Meanwhile, Zoun moves in. Zoun will threaten the natural and will not get a drone kill. Ooh, punished quite heavily, taking a lot of hull damage. Damage is dealt. Lings that are coming for this round. Remember, there usually are 2 adepts here, but the Oracle will defend. You could argue this was some inadvertent damage here from SHIN, where he does force the second Oracle to spend energy defensively. That is true. That is an early Twilight Council. Okay, early council here by Zoun. Now, usually when I see an early council like this, I'm assuming either early Glaive Adepts or early Blink into an aggressive setup. But remember, we did bring this up last night when we casted Classic and Classic versus Zoun. But Classic versus Rogue, I meant to say, in last night's broadcast. But Zoun, he has been going for this very unique build, going early Blink, late Forge, into a 6-gate setup, into 3-base economy, into Storm, and a later Forge. This is a build that, if you remember, in the winners interview, Zoun specified this was a build that Classic gave him, and that Classic helped him with. And we actually saw Classic do the same build as well in last night's broadcast against Rogue. It's a very unique build, and I'll be honest, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, like more than Wardy, more than anyone else. And I haven't actually seen that build used before by players like herO or MaxPax or even Classic before this, so it was an interesting sight to behold during the previous group stage of GSL, and we're leading towards that here as well. As things get in, oh my god! Lings they flood into the natural, the wall is broken, a very nice run by here by SHIN. At the same time, let's take it across the map. Minimal links to defend, but some messy aggression here. Nice opposition micro, getting it to 7 probe kills in the main. Oh, getting it to 9. Oh my god! No, we don't have to fight! The A-move probes, 11 probe kills. We're getting messy. 11 drones and probes go down at the same time. 8 drones go down across the map, plus the 3 drones from earlier as well. It's getting chaotic for everyone. For everyone involved. 11 probes go down, 8 drones as well, so we're having almost equivalent damage across the map. Roach production has begun, and we're going for the Hydrogen. Okay, so safety roaches here from SHIN into Hydrogen production, in towards the mid-game. And as it all settles, where exactly are we? SHIN is expanding. SHIN, he's claiming his 4th base, he's droning, resaturating. Zoun, thankfully, due to the counter damage, he's still maintaining his own 3-base setup as well. But that was very messy. Very messy. So just catching up with the chat. GSL's okay, let's go. True, let's go. There's no live say plus tasteless cast. There's the mainstream, and we're like a side stream. So we do cast in English, of course. We have access to the clean feed. Big shout out to Suit for allowing for that to happen. We've been casting GSL CK throughout the entire year. Nice catch on the Stalkers. For those who don't know, we were also the only English casters for the GSL qualifiers. So if you miss out on the qualifiers, and if you miss out on the upcoming Season 2 qualifiers, we were the only English casters for that as well. We cast everything back. But only here on Soup, of course, when it comes to GSL coverage. Eventually, VODs are available on our YouTube channel. Eventually. Live here on Soup. As SHIN, he does claim his 4th base, but I don't really see much droning at the moment. SHIN is getting up to 69 workers, nice. He's building up his Hydras, and we'll see if he drones up any further or if he cuts workers here and now. We mentioned earlier that when it comes to mid-game aggression, that is favored on White Rabbit because of the distance in between the bases, and that's what we're getting here. SHIN is massing up more Hydras, more Lings. You can see minimal saturation at SHIN's 4th base, very minimal. And he's still making nothing but army. Meanwhile, Zoun back at home is on him to survive the aggression. Storm is on the way. Cannons are being thrown down. Robo as well. Over time, of course, it'll be a stronger defense for Zoun, but he needs time. He does need time to defend. Revelation on the main army. And again, SHIN has not made a drone in quite some time. It's just pure army here. He's basically 3.5 base all in. Or just 3 base all in, really. Ooh, that's a bold 4th. 4th base is turned down. Here comes SHIN. Does trigger the stasis. Oracles to get some free damage on the Lee Zerglings. And again, SHIN, he's still gearing up. It's been minutes since he has made a drone. Oh, no, but we tech. Okay, the first sign here of further tech. SHIN, he throws that infestation pit. That means we're thinking about droning. It feels like SHIN, he's of 2 minds at the moment. Now, he throws down the pit, that's a sign of further tech, right? That's a sign of hive tech, a sign of spellcasters, a sign of potential lurkers as well. But he's still not droning. Okay, he's still not droning, he's just getting that tech just in case. Which gives us a little bit of insight as of his state of mind. Here comes the army. SHIN is maxed. SHIN is maxed out, catching at the oracles. It's all or nothing for SHIN. Yes, he threw down the tech structure, but he's still all in. He does commit. First storm of the Lings. More High Templar coming forward. And we get some decent storms. Yeah, storms are decent. The Lings are dealt with. Now it's just Roach Hydra blinking forward. And Hydra's against top of the base. Yeah, the Nexus does take a lot of hits, does take a lot of damage. We're running out of storms. Yeah, we are running out. Blinks on forward. More Lings are coming to reinforce. Stokes are going down. Yeah, massive losses here. That was a brutal blink. He blinked forward into the Zerglings. And SHIN overwhelmed. SHIN he overwhelms. He breaks through the expansion. GG gets called. And SHIN, he will claim game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are tied up here. Again, SHIN going for the all-in, cutting workers at, I was going to say 70, he cut workers at 69. As he did make a gas geyser, but he cut workers very early on, did not saturate his 4th base, and he committed, went all the way. Again, there was a little bit of indecision there from SHIN when we did see him throw down the infestation pit. Again, that tells us that SHIN was maybe thinking that it would not work, but again, he had nothing to be concerned about. He was able to come in from behind, get that surround, and just collapse on that army. That center expansion, and we saw just almost a full 360 surround, and Zoun did struggle to defend. Likewise, minimal side defense, minimal setup there. Zoun maybe being a little bit bold and greedy to take that center expansion, and in the end was shut down. GG. GG, well played. Now we're going to be loading into 10,000 feet. Now, we spoke about the tendencies of the map, and so far, I mean, there's been reason behind that. Game 1, Special Enclave favors turtle heavy play. That did favor Zoun. Game 2, harder to defend, favored SHIN. Now we jump into game number 3. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. It is SHIN. Bottom right, we have the South Korean Protoss. It is Zoun. Let's go. Let us go. For onside. Now, coming into 10,000 feet, this is a map of extremes. Unlike the previous maps, this is the smallest map. Has the shortest rush distance in the entire map pool, so very short rush distance. Aggression is favored. And speaking of aggression, do you see what I see? Gas first. Yeah, gas first into a pool, into a very late expansion. SHIN is going for a hyper aggression early on here. Now, what do you achieve with early gas? Couple of things here. This can lead into a Ling Flood, can lead into a Bane Bust, can lead into a Roach Rush. So SHIN has options with how he wants to use his tech, but regardless, SHIN is being hyper aggressive, which, you know, goes into the map itself. So 10,000 feet is going to be favoring SHIN's aggression here. It's going to be on Zoun to figure out what exactly is going on. Now, there is an alternate route into the natural expansion with those mineral walls, and SHIN is moving out with his drone. Yep, he's moving on this direction. He sets up the gas geyser. And now we know what's going on here. He's going for the Ling Flood, and he wants to try to open up that wall. Now, for those that are curious how this works, this has been applicable on other maps in the past. I'm thinking of Golden Wall, infamously, of course, many years ago, had the same feature. But with only a handful of drones, what can you do? You can mine a mineral patch, then the drone has the mineral patch in their hand, then they can mine the gas, and the mineral is destroyed, replaced with gas, and then you go back and forth. And with one worker, you can eventually work through this entire patch as you just destroy and trade minerals for gas, and work your way through. Now, Zoun, thankfully, scouts. Zoun is on the high ground. He does have a probe in position. He sees that the wall is opening up, and he needs to wall off. He needs to wall off. Pylon will finish. Zelda's on the way. And now Zoun has to defend 2 locations at once. Has to defend the right and the left-hand entrance into the natural. The boys are being pulled. He's here to surround. Lings, they try to slip in. Oof. And again, this early on, Zoun, he only has 1 zealot, but he's about to have 2. He's about to have 2 zealots, 1 for each side. Lings is still amassing. Ling speed is on the way. SHIN, he pulled out a gas. Oh, he gets in! No, that shouldn't have happened. He does get in. The wall has been compromised. But he needs more reinforcements. He needs more Zerglings. He's still flooding more Lings across the map. Wait, is he? No. Only 13. So SHIN, he's expanding. Nice round. Okay, nice round. Does catch a Zealot. Zealot will get picked up. Very nice pickup. And SHIN, he begins to drone. Ooh, okay, so SHIN, the aggression is subsiding. He does get some damage, though. Does get 1, does get 2. Okay, 2, 3. 3 probes. 3 probes go down. More Lings, they do slip in towards the right-hand side. And remember, behind this, SHIN is droning. SHIN, he's done with the all-in. He's droning up behind this. And is this enough damage? So far, it is not. But Zoun doesn't have an expansion. Zoun, he does not have a Nexus. Remember, Zoun is terrified about an all-in, so he's throwing down shield batteries. Big reaction nearby Zoun. Throwing down batteries, walling up, getting extra adepts. And Zoun still has no expansion. So SHIN, he wants Zoun to overreact. He wants an overreaction. SHIN, he's droning up as best he can. Now, similarly to the previous game, you have to read what you sow here. SHIN, he's forcing out adepts. He's forcing out an extra wave of adepts early on, and as a result of that, there's going to be a big counterattack. The adepts will eventually move out across the map, and SHIN has to be able to handle that, survive that, and get away with this droning. So SHIN's not out of the woods yet. Things are looking better for SHIN as he's droning, but can he maintain those drones? Can he maintain that economy? Can he survive the counterattack? Because it is coming. Lanes are cleaned up. The Nexus gets thrown down. The warp gate is now complete. We have 3 gates. We have a 3-gate setup here. Here begins the move out. Oh, initially dealing with the gas geyser. This will buy time. This is buying time for SHIN. He knows that he is safe until the gas geyser goes down, as the gas geyser provides a vision of the army. And you can see the production tab SHIN is massing up lings. He's got 12 lings so far. He's got 3 queens, soon to be 4. Soon to be 4 queens and 16 lings. And we'll see if he can surround this. Oh, does try to collapse in. He gets 1. Oh, barely not. Adept does shade away. But SHIN, he's maintaining map control. So far, so good. He maintains map control. He's containing Zoun, keeping him at home while SHIN still drones. Behind this, Twilight Council. Ooh, Twilight Council's on the way. Overlord comes in. SHIN, he sees everything, baby. Aye. Does see, does scout, does confirm. Are we going into Glaives? Are we going into Dark Templar? What's the plan? Shows Glaives, shows DTs. Oh, there's a third option. We're going into early Blink. Interesting. Early Blink Stalkers here. I mean, Blink Stalkers can be hyper efficient, for sure. They can be very, very efficient. I'm curious if this is for an all-in. Right now, we're on a 3-gate setup. Do we throw down a 4th, a 5th gateway? Do we commit a little bit harder here, or do we just expand? We're still trying to get an idea as to how Zoun wants to approach this. For now, here comes the breakouts. We have 7 adepts. They threaten the shade. Again, plenty of Zerglings have arrived. Thankfully, SHIN wasn't too greedy. SHIN did not overdrone. You can see SHIN only on 44 workers. SHIN attempts to hunt down those adepts. Does attempt. Turning back around, a couple of roaches are amassing. Adepts say, do break through. Yeah, they break through. They make their way towards the middle line. And can they get a drone kill? They cannot. Yeah, very nice around here. Lings, they lock down the adepts. Drones pull away. Oh, God. Chaotic camera movement. With Ogre, 6 adept kills. And do you see what I see? SHIN, we mentioned earlier that SHIN didn't overdrone. He got workers at 44. He made 2 more drones, getting up to 46 workers, and he's not droning. Like SHIN, he's not saturating his 3rd. He's making roaches and getting into roach speed. He's going for a 2-base all-in. Oh, never mind. We have a little bit of droning. But he's massing up an army. You could argue maybe defensively. Maybe he's just scared of aggression. I don't blame him. I mean, hey, there's no 3rd, right? There's no 3rd base. He scouts. He confirms the gateway explosion. We mentioned earlier, how many gates get thrown down? 2. So we have 5 in total. 3 initially, 2 in the main base, 5 gates in total. Robo as well. Blink is now done, and here comes the 2-base all-in. And now it's all about Zoun, sorry, it's all about SHIN surviving this. Oh. As we are expanding behind this here. We're still pushing. The Prism is on the way. The Prism is a sign of a big push, a big engage. So Zoun is moving out, but he will have a base behind this. As here comes Zoun. Now, I will say, because this third is so late for Zoun, he needs to get damage done with this. He needs to trade well and ideally break into an expansion and get some economic damage. If he fails to do so, then SHIN is just going to run away with this. But Zoun is still staying at home. Where's the War Prism? Oh, he's harassing. Oh, this is not good enough. Yeah, this is not good enough here. Lings, they collapse in, they force a recall. We're just pushing, yeah, we're just pushing it. We're just pushing into the bases here, and there's not enough to defend. The Prism is across the map. The 3rd is going to go down, and SHIN is just going to snowball out of control. SHIN needs run up to 49. Again, he built up his Roach Ravager. GG gets called, and SHIN, he will claim the series 2-1. GG. Cool. GG, well played, SHIN. He will claim the series, a shaky series, by the way, not standard whatsoever. GG well played. Not standard whatsoever here. We saw some aggression, we saw some macro, we saw some cheese. Game 1, we saw Zoun make use of Celestial Enclave and turtle up into Sky Toss. Game 2, we saw SHIN be hyper aggressive, going for a 3-base all-in. And here in Game 3, we saw some chaos early on. Early Link Flood into droning, into Roach all-in. Now, very quickly, what I was saying when I said that Zoun, like what he was doing was not good enough. Zoun, he was setting up for an all-in, and then he expanded. So it's like it felt a little bit disjointed there. It's like what exactly was the plan going forward? Because staying defensively and expanding wasn't going to be good enough to stabilize. Not after the early losses, not after the delayed natural and delayed third base. So I feel like we need to do one of two things: either go for the all-in and commit on 2 bases, throw down a 6th gateway, just send it across the map, or try to be like hyper defensive. But we didn't do either. Like it was very much so like a world of like just split of 2 minds there. Just so 2 minds down was whether we want to expand or go for an all-in, be aggressive or not. It was a bit of weird. I mean, it was a really rough position to begin with anyway, just because of the early game. Regardless, GG. GG well played. With that, we are going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series, herO versus ByuN. See you soon. See you soon.
GSL Season 1.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 1 Ro8 Group B. We are here with return. We just wrapped up the first series, SHIN versus Zoun. SHIN did just barely take down Zoun 2-1 to advance on to the winners match. Now we're here to determine who will face off against SHIN in the winners match, who will be knocked down to the elimination match against Zoun. Up next, ByuN versus herO. Let's go. We have a TVP, and honestly, ByuN and herO, they play so often. They are two of some of the most active players in the online tournament scene. Players like herO, ByuN, Clem, Cure as well. They play in so many tournaments. They play so often together, and it does lead to often a lot of metagaming as well. They're just very used to each other. I'm curious to see how chaotic this series becomes as they try to subvert expectations and play against their usual styles as well. I'm sure there's going to be some metagaming involved, for sure. But again, they play so often when it comes to the Sparkling Tunic Cups, when it comes to the Pigster Cups, Water TV Mondays, Kung Fu Cups. They're just so active here. But now it all comes down to GSL. Right now, you know, a lot more is on the line when it comes to not just prize money, but also as well the chance to make it into an offline event again over in GSL in the semifinals. Oh boy. Over at the Soup Studio. So again, we are going to be gearing up. Vetoes are underway and we're soon to be revealed. Videos are soon to be revealed here to get into our next series. Once again, of course, this is a GSL group format, so we do have our initial matches into the winners match, elimination match, and decider match as well. It's so early in the broadcast. There's still, of course, a bit of a lifeline available to you. If you do lose this series, you do have that kind of safety net of the elimination match, so you will have, of course, more chances, more opportunities. Oh boy. Here we go. Likewise, again, if you enjoy the broadcast, if you enjoy GSL, then do consider supporting via Patreon. You know, patreon.com/GSL. Do consider supporting, of course, as it is a way to help fund the next season of GSL, specifically Season 3. Remember, Season 1 and Season 2, they're fully funded. It's all good. It's all good. We got our first 2 seasons of GSL. They will be happening this year, but Season 3 is still a little bit more up in the air, whether or not it does occur. So again, Patreon is the place to be. Whether it's Patreon or the Soup platform, one or the other, either way, you know, do consider supporting Soup and GSL to support StarCraft in Korea. To support. Likewise, I also hope that that Tasteless and State do kind of like also learn from this experience as well when it comes to even looking for like bringing some aspects of GSL to RSL. Something that I love about this season of GSL, of course, is Maddox, right? Shout out to Maddox, baby. Yeah, Maddox has been providing some translations for the interviews, so much love to Maddox, as it looks like we have our players ready. Let's go. What does that quote? I have no confidence of losing. XD este ByuN. What is recent results here? Top 6 in GSL Season 1 of 2025, top 24 in DreamHack Dallas, top 10 in Season 2 of last year's GSL Season 2, top 16 in EWC, and top 12 in RONGI Cup as well. ByuN, of course, he is a sole player, you know, getting up to top 16, top 12, top 10, top 6. But getting into the upper echelons, getting into top 4 is typically a rarer sight for ByuN. Of course, he's a world champion, he does have accolades behind him, but in recent times he has been in the shadow of players like Cure and of players like Maru. So we'll see if he can break that mold and break into the top 4. Meanwhile, we have herO, the best Protoss player in the world. Number 1 in GSL Season 1 2025, top 1st place in RONGI Cup Season 3 as well, top 8 in DreamHack Dallas, top 4 in GSL Season 2, and top 8 in EWC. When it comes to this quote here, thank you all for funding. True. I just spoke about it, but if you want to help support GSL, Patreon, Soup, there are ways to support, there are ways to fund the next season. We have successfully funded Season 1 and Season 2, but yet to fund Season 3. As here we go, we're jumping into our first series here. Vetoes are done. Game 1 is going to be Winter Madness, Game 2, Ruby Rock, and Game 3, White Rabbit. Interesting. When it comes to our vetoes here, ByuN gets rid of Celestial, Tidal Citadel, and the Old Republic. These vetoes do make sense when it comes to longer macro games and how difficult it can be on those maps. Meanwhile, herO gets rid of some of the more aggressive maps. He gets rid of Tourmaline and 10,000 feet, very small maps, very aggressive maps, and he also gets rid of Mothership, which also has a bit of an RNG factor as well. So herO's vetoes do make sense in regards to shutting down and trying to avoid any all-ins from ByuN. ByuN's vetoes make sense when it comes to favoring him getting into a longer macro game to avoid the overly defensive setup that Protoss can have. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have ByuN. In the bottom right, we have herO for T1. So bottom right, we have herO. Top left, we do have ByuN. Let's go. Whew, let us go. We have our head-to-head as well in offline tournaments. ByuN does have a 13-16 score against herO, so herO does have a slight edge over ByuN in offline events. In online events, herO has a much stronger lead against ByuN, but again, this is a historical record. Typically, I do look towards a more close or more recent scores and recent series, and again, herO has been the dominant force. As I just mentioned, herO, he is the best Protoss in the world, 100%. You can try to make an argument for Classic, especially when it comes to macro games. I would agree in the sense that I do consider Classic having the strongest late game PV, just PV matchups out there. PVT, PVZ, like when it comes to late game play, Classic, he is up there, of course. You can also try to make an argument for Max as well, but in current times, I would still say that herO is above that of both Max and Classic. There's a reason why he has those first places under his belt, those big championship wins, and he's favored to make it through into the top 4 and maybe even win the entire tournament. We'll see if ByuN can stand in his way and stop that from happening. For now, 2-Rax. Let's go. So 2-Rax Reaper here out of ByuN does throw down his 2-Raxes. Gases are being taken as well, taking his first gas geyser back at home, and we'll see if ByuN can get some damage done early on and gain that momentum. Oh, my apologies, sorry. I did say 2-Rax Reaper. I believe it is going to be 2-Rax with Marauder play. So eyes are on that second Rax for a tech lab for proxy Marauder production. And eyes are on ByuN. Reactor back at home. Yep, tech lab across the map. He's going proxy Marauder. As we did mention, if this goes unscouted, this can catch a Protoss player off guard and snowball out of control and just break that natural expansion and break through the initial gateway units. It's on herO to confirm. For now, he's coming back with his probe. Here he saw the initial racks, so everything looks normal. Here he scouts the nearby proxy location, but no, he barely doesn't check the left-hand side. And so far he's in the dark. He's checking for proxies. He's looking, he's searching. But again, barely will miss that Rax. Not like this, papi, not like this. 700 series online. Yeah, again, they play very often in tournaments. They're just so active so often. Zell does veer off towards the right-hand side, does get across the map, and the Zell will scout the early marine production, which is very suspicious. Very suspicious. No CC, mass marine, now he knows. Yeah, here he's now aware of the aggression coming his way. Twilight counts in production. We need to take the shield battery. Without that battery, and Marauder's already moving in. They're already moving in here. They get on top of the pylon. Going for the bunker. We have one Stalker and one Adept to defend. There we go. Battery gets thrown down, but the battery may just be depowered. He has to pull the boys. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Will deny the bunker. Trying to get on top of the Marauder as well. Marauder does take a lot of hits, does take a lot of damage. Once again, the bunker is denied and will barely, should barely snipe the Marauder. He does. He trades 1-to-1, one Marauder for one Stalker. 5 probes go down. Marines have arrived, and ByuN's snowballing out of control. He's snowballing out of control. He breaks through the Stalker, breaks through the Adept as well. Massive pickups here. Battery is done, but the pylon is exposed. Yeah, the pylon is exposed. Will lose the Zealots. Again, down to one Stalker. This pylon should not be saved. And with that, there's no battery, there's no shield battery here, there's no support. More boys are being pulled. Desperation here by herO. And he might get on top one more Marauder, but he's losing so much in the process here. So many boys being pulled, so many probes going down. He'll get everything. The entire mirror line does fall. We're still rallying as well. He catches the Stalker. Yeah, there's no escaping. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, a very cheeky build here by ByuN, going for the all-in, going for the proxy Marauder, and again, unscouted. I will say that herO had an inkling of what was going on. Remember, herO, he went with the Zealot across the map, and he saw the Marines. He saw the lack of CC. In his mind, technically, there could have been a CC on the high ground, but seeing 3 Marines, that is suspicious. That is a tell. I'm surprised we did not see a reactive battery then and there once we did confirm that there were Marines amassing. So, again, that was a sign of something being weird, but it wasn't confirmation, and herO, alas, was caught off guard. The pants were down. The pants were down. He was caught off guard, and with that, ByuN is now 1 game away from claiming the series. Remember, it's the best of 3. And what I will say is that Protoss was favored on Winter Madness in a longer game. Terran is favored on Ruby Rock in the game as well. We'll get into it, but Ruby Rock, this is ByuN's map. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Green Terran. For Shopify, it is ByuN. And in the top left-hand corner, we have for T1, herO. Let's go. Let us go. Welcome one and all to Ruby Rock. Now, Ruby Rock has a very short rush distance by ground. Not as short as 10,000 feet, and not as aggressive as Tourmaline, but still on the aggressive side. So short rush distance by ground has an open and accessible third, open and accessible fourth base, and an open and accessible area in between the third, natural, and fourth base as well. So aggression is typically favored. It is not uncommon to see two base all-ins. Just all-ins in general here are relatively common on Ruby Rock. So eyes are on ByuN. When it comes to that aggressive play, we're expecting aggression out of ByuN here. Now, herO knows this, so eyes are on herO as well. Like, how does herO react? How does he respond? Does he play very safely, or does he respond with his own aggression? For now, hero's being annoying. herO, this time he gets a full scout. This time he goes further in to scout the gases as well. It is a double gas opener out of ByuN, so it's going to be racks into factory. It is a tech-heavy start, a bit of a safer start here by ByuN, and again, more tech-heavy can lead to more aggression. So herO knows there's going to be delayed CC, and herO needs to play safe. Now, from a double gas opener, what can we see here? We could see Reacted Reaper Hellion, we could see early Cyclone, committed Cyclone drop play, we could see early tank production, or early Starport into early Banshee play as well. Like, there are a lot of tech options available with how ByuN wants to play this out. Eyes are on ByuN, herO has to play this out safe. Once again, coming in for the rescout. Reaper is on the way. It's going to be hard to get this probe home to escape. There you go. Confirms the factory. Confirms that it isn't proxy. That's basically what we're looking for. It is not uncommon to go for a double gas opener, go for a racks, and then proxy the factory instead. To go for proxied Hellion into proxy Starport into proxy Hellion drop. So here is just making sure that the factory was at home. Does confirm. And the probe gets the hell out of there. Ideally, ByuN wants to catch this probe. And you can see he's looking. Yeah, he's looking for the probe. He does check the nearby third location. Doesn't find the probe yet. The hero's coming back in. And herO ideally wants to see the timing of the CC. He wants to try to confirm. Confirms nothing on the low ground. And we'll hide the probe. We'll hide him. Meanwhile, back at home, Twilight Council opener out of herO. Meanwhile, ByuN, I believe, went for a Tech Lab. Okay, so we have 2 Reaper into Tech Lab on the, I want to say factory. So Tech Lab on the factory. Yep, Tech Lab on the factory into early Cyclone. So no Reaper Hellion. Not Reaper Hellion, early Cyclone instead. Of course, herO doesn't know, right? herO sees the Reapers, he's not aware of the Hellions. The rescout here will confirm the reactor on the racks, which means no third Reaper. There's no third Reaper. I'm not certain if he did see the CC on the high ground or not. If he doesn't see the command center, he might believe it's a one base all in. Like, that's still on the table, and we're going for charge. Yeah, we're going for charge. Now, an early charge opener out of herO does mean that if there were, like, heavy aggression from ByuN early on, he'd be completely shut down. Like, early charge shuts down tank pushes so well and so hard, and tank all-ins as well, tank-based all-ins. It's going to be Cyclone into very early tank production, very early tanks here by ByuN. No add-on swap, no Banshee. No Banshee. We're going for the medevac, and ByuN's going to rally everything across the map. As I mentioned, just hyper-aggression here by ByuN. And charge, oh, it's going to be close, but I believe it should finish in time. We're just waiting for the tank, waiting for the medevac. We're going to load up the tank, boost across the map, and try to rally from there. I'm curious to see if ByuN reinforces this with a Viking. If he does, I mean, it's just an all-in, basically. Yep, second tank is rallying. Hallucination does spot somewhat of a move out. Here we go. Yeah, here comes the tank. Everything rallies across the map. We're sending it back. There is a second racks. There's no Viking on the way, so we're not doubling down anywhere near as hard, but still very committed, still very aggressive. Charge is still barely not yet done, and here comes ByuN. You see, we're backing up those zealots. Here he needs a little bit more time, and he needs a couple of seconds. The tank is going to be able to siege. And there's no battery. No battery here in position. Zealots, they do collapse in. The tank should be zoned away. Yeah, there's charge. There's charge. Tank is going to go down. Her pickup saves the tank, and herO holds. Whew. herO does hold on. As I mentioned, as we try to emphasize, against these early tank pushes, charge does shut this down. We just had to wait for it to finish. But charge is complete. Cyclone trying to get the hell out of here. Does not get away. Does not escape. So again, nice defense here by herO. Very efficient as well. I was concerned that he had no battery. That was concerning, but does hold, does survive. Now with early charge being done, ByuN is contained. ByuN, he should be stuck at home. Stuck at home. Oh, he went for a later Tech Lab and later Banshee play. Okay. Hallucination comes in. Do we scout? And it looks like he will get eyes on the Tech Lab. So he sees the Tech Lab on the starport, and he spots the Banshee as well. He also knows there's no cloak, right? So he knows that these are cloakless Banshees, and it's just the one. He also saw the add-on swap, so big scout for herO. Big scout. Likewise, rescouting, just confirming the add-ons. Gets eyes on Stim, third CC gets thrown down after the hallucination is killed. But this tells us, of course, that ByuN is building up into a longer game. Now, I do favor herO currently, just because the aggression from ByuN was not successful, but at least ByuN maintains his tank count. He did at least keep the tank alive. Building up towards Stim, then he can move out across the map. The Banshee is going to be spotted. hero's ready. Ooh, does overextend. Yeah, Zel's overextend. They have to back off. Banshee into the main base. Again, the battery is somewhat in position, but not completely. Oh, we lose one. One probe goes down, but the Banshee doesn't get away. He does not. The Banshee does not escape. That was not worth it for ByuN. Remember, ByuN, that one Banshee got one probe kill. You could argue the Banshee did force out some batteries, but they also have uses to defend against drop play. And here is building up into the mid game. Remember, last game, game one, he was denied his ability to play StarCraft. Like, he was he just couldn't play StarCraft. Right? He was shut down early on, but here he's actually building up into the mid game. Shut down the early aggression. Now working towards Colossus. Dark Shrine is on the way. Cheeky move there by herO. ByuN attempts to move out. Stim is done. Now the Stim is complete, ByuN can start to be active. And here he comes. Now, I don't think herO sees this. I say that, ByuN does turn back around. But I believe here he's missing a bit of vision here just outside of that ramp. For now, keeping up with the drop. ByuN does not push. Still building up his forces. And soon to be claiming his third. Yeah, it looks like he's just going to set up for his third base. He decides not to push out. hero's free to expand. He's claiming his fourth. Going for massive warp into here. He's got so many charge slots. A lot of this comes down to mine shots. Mine shot goes off. Second mine is cleaned up here without getting a shot off. We collapse in. He blinks into the army. He's crazy. He blinks in and he gets the tanks. Yeah, 1, 2 tanks going to be going down. Does he have enough charge also? We're going for the warp in. Marines are coming from behind. It's going to be close and he does get the final tank. Yeah, tank does fall. Juggle. Oh, lacking micro. Yeah, lacking control. One Colossus goes down. And the second Colossus will fall as well. Yeah, massive pickups here as Zelsa make their way through. 5 SCV kills. Here he barely wins the fight. It was close, it was close, it was clutch. Lost a Colossus, lost a War Prism, but he does take over the third. Not enough to break the natural, but he does contain ByuN. He contains ByuN on 2 bases. As ByuN attempts to drop, here is in position. Here is ready. Ooh. Yeah, delayed reaction. Hero late to react. Working towards Shadow Stride, working towards Blink DTs. Hero's economy is decent. Now what's really hurting Hero, and what's my concern here, is that his Colossus count was reset, so he has to rebuild all the Colossus. Until then, he is vulnerable. ByuN likewise, though, did lose all of his tanks, so he has less pushing power. All in all, we do favor herO here. As he contained his opponents, claimed his own 4th, now herO's getting a 5th, and you can see herO's starting to get out of hand, starting to get out of control, as he's starting to take over the entire map. It begins with the 5th. As now he's up 2 bases. DT's able to waddle in. ByuN did not notice. Ooh. So we go shades in. It does dive in towards the natural. Turret goes down. Scans are being used. And DT's they hit every single mineral line here, catching out another turret. That's EMP. EMP does catch one, but there's still DT's in all the bases. And this is just causing a big distraction. It's getting damage done and it's distracting ByuN while herO secures himself and while herO maxes out. And now going for the warp in. Zealous into the main, catching reinforcements, disrupting the production. 16 SCV kills, and here comes herO. Yeah, he's just going for the kill. He's going for the throats. The main army moves in, closer exposed. Yeah, miscontrol. Yeah, mismovement here. The Colossus take a lot of hits, a lot of damage. But herO's overwhelming. He's still overwhelming here. Vikings, they catch out 1 Colossus. There's 2 Vikings left. Zealous busts into the mineral line, catching up more SCVs. And now there's 0 Vikings. 0 Vikings remaining. Colossus, they can push forward. 30 SCV kills. And ByuN was pulled apart. He was just torn apart here. Again, this time ByuN's aggression did fail. GG gets called and the herO fights back. We have a series. We have a back and forth. GG. Whew. GG, well played. herO, he does fight back. He does tie things up here. We have that back and forth. We have the we have the ace match. Once again, ByuN, he did go for the early tank drop, the early tank push, but remember, herO read him very nicely, very well, and did open charge. We did try to emphasize that these early charge builds are designed to shut down tank pushes, and herO read him well, right? herO, he blindly assumed that ByuN would go for an early tank push, which did happen. Charge finished, herO shut him down, and herO was able to stabilize, gain his own map control, be active, push out, and eventually break ByuN. GG, well played. I will say that things were still very shaky when herO pushed and he lost his 2 Colossus. It was still very, very shaky when it came to kind of the current game state. But in the end, herO, he maintained a greater economy. He denied the 3rd base, so he could replenish his army. ByuN could not. And we saw the cherry on top there. The cherry on top with the non-stop Dark Templar, with the DT harass. And now we're making our way into the ace match. We're going to be loading into White Rabbit. Let's go. Let us go. As White Rabbit is an interesting one. It's a bit of a larger map. It is a larger map in the map pool. We mentioned earlier in the previous series how there is more distance and more space in between the bases. That is true, so it is more difficult to turtle up and to defend on, but I would say that hurts Terran more than Protoss, specifically in late game TVP. So I do favor herO coming into a longer game on this map. We'll see how ByuN approaches this issue. How he approaches the game. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. For Shopify, it is ByuN. Top right, it is herO. For T1, let's go. Let us go. As we are setting up. And herO, he opens up with the proxy. Let's go. Pylon in the center of the map. Going for the gateway. Going for the aggression. With this extra pylon, he can throw down his gateway in the center of the map, which means he can reinforce faster. It's going to be a hyper-aggressive start here from herO. We'll see how ByuN opens up. If ByuN goes for a double gas opener, ByuN, he will have the tools to defend. If he goes for a Rax expand, then ByuN is going to be vulnerable. So what is ByuN's opener going to be? Show us what you got. Double gas. Okay, double gas opener. herO scouts. herO confirms. What does double gas mean? Double gas means a faster factory and faster Hellion production. Now, we might not see Hellions. If you remember last game, ByuN, he opened up double Reaper into Reactor, into Factory, into Tech Lab, into Cyclone. The downside of going for something like that is that because you're prioritizing those add-ons, and because we're going for later production, it means that you're going to be more vulnerable in the early game. So I'm hoping that ByuN does play a little bit safer here. We'll see how greedy he is. We'll see if he does rush into those add-ons. For now, Reactor. For now, into Reaper. So Rax into Reaper, into Factory. We have the initial Zealot that's rallying across the map. The goal is going to be to disrupt and maybe even cancel the CC, assuming that the command center is on the low ground. assuming. Zelda's going to be waddling in. Again, where is that command center going to be? Reaper into reactor. Singular Reaper. Does find this. Ooh, does find this. Zelda does rush out. Gets one swipe off. Stalker's on the way. Bunker on the high ground. No CC. Okay, so no command center. Zelda can start to nibble away at the add-on, at the reactor. Bunker is on the way. Thankfully did react. Did scout. And we're just buying time for the Stalker. The Stalker is on the way as well. Zelda say nibble away here at the reactor. The boys are here to repair. Zelda's getting quite low. The Stalker has arrived. It zones away the Reaper, but the bunker is done. Yeah, the bunker does complete. And ByuN should hold. Ooh, he will lose an SCV though. He'll lose one worker. Do we get a second? This time pulls away. This time ByuN does pull away. Zelda has to back up. Another Zealot. Zelda gets thrown out. Just gets thrown away here. And in the end, ByuN should hold. The reactor will survive. Oh. Zelda spend the second Zealot here. Now, what did herO achieve? He lost 2 Zealots. It's a big investment, true, but he did force out a bunker. He did deny mining time. These 3 SCVs were off the mineral line. He killed 1 worker and lost mining time as we had repairs on the reactor. Likewise, high ground CC further back as well to delay the expansion. So there was some inadvertent damage that was dealt. Was this worth it? Hard to say. We'll see how we get into the mid game, straight into the early game. For now, Twilight Council for herO. Another gateway as well. herO's building up. And ByuN does counterattack. I don't think we have a battery back at home. Yeah, there's no battery, but there's a Stalker. Yeah, the Stalker will zone. Early charge once again. Once again, I do like this. Because this map favors Protoss in a longer game, there's a very high chance that ByuN is going to be hyper aggressive. So we're going into charge, and ByuN is being tech heavy, but he's going into Banshee play. So lack of Blink Stalkers might actually hurt herO, as ByuN's even going into Hyperfly Rotors. Okay. The Speed Banshees are coming. He's heading into Speed Banshees, and again, it's going to be Speed Banshee versus Vanilla Stalker with no Blink. Nice catch. Nice catch on the Reaper. But again, Blink is going to be heavily delayed. So these Banshees have a lot of potential. They have a lot of potential here. ByuN now expanding, setting up his bunker on the low ground, building up his tank count. Now, because of the tanks and because of the Banshee play, this does mean that we're going to like delayed or later stim, later bio play. This can be risky. In a world where we had Blink, there's a chance that the Banshees do no damage and then ByuN falls behind. But as I said previously, I do believe that ByuN has a lot of potential for damage. Oh, he gets scouted! Ooh, he does get scouted. Banshees, they get spotted. The research as well. Now, herO, he may just believe it's Cloak, right? He may just believe it's going to be Cloak, but he's preparing now for Banshees, so batteries in the mineral lines. Robo's on the way for the Observer. Stargate response into Phoenix. Okay, that will help. Again, because Blink is going to be so delayed, we're just responding with Phoenixes. And that is a way to keep up with Speed Banshees. So again, solid scouting by herO. Solid scouting, solid response. Ooh, ByuN overextends, and we'll lose a Cyclone. Heavy loss there for ByuN. Losing a Cyclone. Banshees hit the natural. Is there a battery in that mineral? I know there's a battery in the main. What about the natural? Banshees, they move in. Ooh. There are Stalkers, but no battery. I mean, they one-shot anyway. Getting 1, getting 2, getting 3. Get 3 probe kills, but alas, the battery is done in the main, and we do have the Phoenix. These are the Banshees. This was not worth it. 2 Banshees and researching Hyperlife Rotors for only 3 probes. That is not worth it for ByuN. herO defends well. He defends well. He shuts down the Banshees. And with that, ByuN is contained on 2 bases. And is ByuN tempted to pull the boys? Is he tempted to 2-base all in? He's in a rough position, right? His early game, his initial build, it wasn't quite worth it. He's going into Widowmine production. Typically, if we see an all-in here, it's usually very tank-heavy, going into like a 2nd, 3rd, 4th tank. Here it's a lower tank count into mines. Not entirely convinced, but we'll see. Like, if we were casting Bunny, then like 100% we just pull the boys. Like, Bunny is so quick to commit. Here comes the move out. Phoenix does spot the army. Hero's getting ready. Tanks are left behind. ByuN only moving out with his bio. With his bio mine. So behind this, we're imagining ByuN to expand. So far, just clearing up the gateway. ByuN is setting up. Colossus production is underway. He's already got one. And again, we're waiting for that third command center for ByuN. And there it is, third CC. As I mentioned, the tanks are left behind. ByuN is expanding, is not all in. He is still very committed though, and ByuN is still looking for damage. So here's trying to keep up. Roman does borrow. Does force a borrow. Once you build up to 2 Colossus, ByuN has to be very careful not to engage. For now though, he has a chance. Does surrender dive. There's the first stim. First big stim. Loads up for the drop into the main. Phoenixes, they will spot the drop. They force a cancel. Nice pickup. Base is cancelled. The army comes in from behind. Yeah, makes his way on top of the high ground. Hero's out of position. Drop into the main. And Hero's being pulled apart. Wow, he's being torn apart here. He's out of position. The middle line is going to go down. This is devastating damage. This is too much. Yeah, far too much. 12 pro kills, 13 and counting. And one fell swoop. Hero gets torn apart, unable to defend. Third base goes down. And Hero's all in. Like, you can't, no shot we expand from here. No shot we try to recover. Heavy losses for Hero. Losing everything. From here, yep, he moves out, but he doesn't have enough. He does not have enough. And ByuN, despite Hero's winning record against ByuN in online and offline events, ByuN, he is coming out of control. He breaks the expansions, denies the fourth, kills the third, cripples the economy, and Hero's all in with barely an army. There's just not much here. He's got, what, 1 Colossus? Sorry, 2. He's got 2 Colossus, a handful of gateway units. He has no War Prism. He cannot reinforce across the map. Again, Hero, he has to push in here. But he's got 3 Stalkers. Like, he just doesn't have much to work with. And he can't expand. And as time goes on, it's getting better and better for ByuN. And oof, Hero, he throws down the Nexus. Ay, ay, ay. He throws down the third. I mean, he recognized, like, it's just such a rough position for Hero. Oh. Does get a full medevac. Okay. Snipes a full medevac. I believe he did force a cancel in the third CC, I think. Or I might have finished. I might have been looking at the Gross Academy. Yeah, but second star put on the way for additional Vikings. Drop catching 6 more probes. Can we get 7? Ah, 6. 6 more probes go down. Now here, he still has a comparable army, but again, trying to macro out of this and claim a third and claim a 4th base and try to build up into a mid game. I mean, we need more than just turtling up, more than just defending. As ByuN is ahead, straight up, like he's ahead, he's in a better position, he's taking a lead, and ByuN can just cruise into his own third. Like, there's less pressure on ByuN. He can just slowly macro up, claim his third base, build up his forces. Here he's already getting a 2nd starport. Making 4 Vikings at a time. Now, how does Hero recover? So, there are a couple of ways to do so. Zealot run by, Zealot drop play, harassment, DTs, like we saw previously with like DTs in every base. So Dark Templar, Zealot run by, Prism harass. This is another way as well, actually. Hero, he's making disruptors. So, you can be down 20, 30 supply. If you can land some well-placed Novas, you can make up for that. It's very risky, of course, and it's very, very much like Hail Mary play, but disruptors, they have potential. Is it likely? No, but there's potential for damage, of course, to distract ByuN, to catch him off guard, to capitalize on some mistakes. I don't want to say there's no chance. There is a chance. But ByuN is very much on the driver's seat, and there's a reason why. The super is not lying. You can see that ByuN is almost maxed. ByuN is about to max out, and then you can just push. And I would say that herO is heavily reliant on ByuN being more passive, but if ByuN were to move out across the map, I'll be honest, I don't really see herO surviving that push. Again, it is going to be heavily reliant on purification novas. It's going to be one of those things where ByuN can take one big nova to the face and he can just tank it. Like he'll be fine, buddy. Yeah. He just tank it. So run by towards the third, drop into the main base. ByuN is in position. We spoke about it, right? Like he was doing the correct things. He needs to go for these Zella drops and Zella run bys. Nova goes off, no major connection. And that was the only nova. Sorry, there's one more. There's one more nova. Disruptor goes down. Vikings, they collapse in. They focus on the Phoenixes. Now they go for the Colossus. Yeah, massive pickups here. Nova goes off once again. Zones back the army. Meanwhile, herO down to one Colossus. Barely survives. Here he's holding on. And ByuN can now focus on the push. Again, part of his armor was back at home to defending against a Prism. Now ByuN can bring everything together. Assault harass was denied. Run-by was shut down. Disruptor purification novas didn't quite connect. And ByuN is still in control. Still in control. 4 CC is almost complete for ByuN. Scans looking for any other bases. Now we can see that herO is getting ready for a backstab. You can see that Prism over towards the linear third. So herO, he can maybe slip in and try to catch ByuN. Like there's a world where ByuN moves out with everything and then a Zella Runby comes in and forces ByuN back home and ByuN loses like a mineral line and 16 SCVs. It's kind of the hope we're going for. As War Prism, I believe, gets scouted. Oh, no, never mind. Gets in. Prism gets in, drop into the mineral line, but there are reinforcements back at home. Yeah, the production will defend. The hero's main force does push forward, running into the main army. herO goes to the warp in, and ByuN is ready. He's ready for the warp in. And as you mentioned, like these are the correct things to do. Like when you're this far behind, like you gotta go for these like desperation drops and counterattacks. Nova does connect, but Marauders they tank it. One Marauder goes down. That was 2 novas. Here comes a third. And that was it. 3 novas. It's only 3 disruptors, so 3 novas are now on cooldown. 1 disruptor goes down. Catching out 2. Just the 1. Yeah, 2 disruptors fall. Brutal pickoffs. ByuN is now maxed. He's maxed out. From here he can push. He can push out. He can break out. And again, the only thing he has to be concerned about is, of course, his positioning and the disruptors. He sims in. Massive. Oh my god. Massive EMP. Gets 1, 2, 3 disruptors. Yeah. Insane damage there. Insane pickups. Vikings, they pull back. Second army here towards the fourth. Fourth base goes down. And here's just being torn apart. Oh, does catch a couple of Marauders and some Ghosts. So some awkward movement there by ByuN. Some awkward control. But it's fine. He can afford to make mistakes. Like ByuN, he can afford mistakes. It's perfectly fine. As he does give chase, catching up some Stalkers. That's what, 3, 4 Stalkers getting picked off. ByuN reinforces. EMP on the Colossus. As they catch 1 Ghost. 1 over left. Once again, zoning ByuN. I do feel like ByuN can be more assertive here. He is playing very scared, or he's very much so respecting herO's army quite a bit. Ooh, Nova's going off, and they will connect. They graze the army. We get a better connection towards the end, and now now we just committed. Now we lay the Vikings. We stim on forward. 1 more Nova goes off. Decent Nova connections, but not good enough. And with that, ByuN, he has done it. He will claim the series. He will overwhelm and snowball out of control. And with that, herO, he will be knocked down to the elimination match. Oh boy. Yeah, the first series of the group, you can see herO shaking his head. I mean, again, the writing was on the wall for the past, what, like 8 minutes? We called it at the time. It's just, again, after losing your third base, what can you do? GG gets called, and ByuN will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the winners match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, ByuN being able to be hyper cheeky, hyper aggressive in game 1, able to punish herO with the early cheese. Game 2, we saw herO bouncing back and being able to embrace a longer game state, reading ByuN quite well and forcing the longer game. Here in game 3, we had a back and forth. We had a more of a back and forth here with ByuN's initial Banshee play being shut down, herO securing his 3 bases, claiming his 4th, but we spoke about something in the beginning of this map, if you recall, how spread out the 4 bases are. And herO was trying to get a 4th base. In doing so, he was very spread thin, and ByuN distracted. If you remember, ByuN, he distracted the 4th, came in from left-hand side, hit the 3rd, killed the 3rd base, and that was game. That was game then and there. The game lasted 8 more minutes, and as we were trying to emphasize, there were some slim chances to recover in that game for herO, but they were very few and far between. Very slim chances there. He was relying on, backstab, zealot run by zealot counterattacks, DTs, shenanigans, disruptor shots, but ByuN, he was very secure. He kept up with all the prism harass, all the zealot run bys, and he kept up with all the micro, with all the disruption novas as well, and minimized losses. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the winners match. Up next is going to be ByuN versus SHIN to determine the first player to make it into the top 4 into the semifinals. See you soon. See you soon, Bappy. See you soon.
GSL Season 1.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 1 ro8 Group B. We just wrapped up with our first two matches here, and we have determined our winners match and our elimination match. Oh boy, we're here in SHIN. SHIN took down Zoun 2-1 in the first broadcast, or first series of the broadcast. Likewise, ByuN took down herO 2-1 in what I would say an upset, but a hyper-aggressive series. So it all does kind of come together. It all does make sense. Does take down herO, and now we have our winners match. One of these two players will advance on into the next round, into the top 4, into the semi-finals. Either ByuN or SHIN. Let's go. Smiles abound here between our two players. Two good friends. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm excited. Visa done. Game 1 is going to be on Tourmaline. Game 2, Mothership. Game 3, Winter Madness. Oh boy. Okay, so Tourmaline does favor aggression. Small map, short rush distance by ground. Hyper aggression is favored on Tourmaline. Game 2, Mothership, RNG a little bit on the 3-player small map. And Winter Madness, a bit of a larger, more macro map for that potential ace match. Interesting. SHIN got rid of some of the more aggressive maps out there. 10,000 feet of Ruby Rock alongside White Rabbits. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the blue Zerg player. It is SHIN, the South Korean Zerg. In the right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran. It is ByuN for Shopify. God, I gotta do my best Dax impression for those intros. I just gotta speed through them. They just give you no time, baby, no time. They have no respect for the fanfare, no respect. As they're going for the proxy hatch, let's go. So SHIN moves out across the map. Hey, we mentioned at the beginning of the series, again, Tourmaline favors aggression, and we do begin with some aggression. Hatchery is going to be thrown down. Now the question becomes, is this just a fake out just to disrupt the opener, or do we intend to finish this? The answer is yes. So SHIN, he's going for the proxy hatchery here. This should be a hatch pool hatch build. We'll see if it's hatch instead, but the goal here should be to delay the expansion and ideally to get a couple of queens. To get a couple of queens out, to spread creep more importantly, and to delay and contain the Terran for as long as possible. Again, my assumption is that SHIN is going to be playing standard behind this. Again, it is going to be hatchery into a spawning pool into, in my mind, a second hatchery before gas. Okay. So hatch pool hatch. So far, ByuN is unaware. ByuN, he has not checked the load. Sorry, he is now aware. As he moves down, will drill away. The boys are being pulled, and we've been here before. I do actually prefer this position for SHIN. The boys are being pulled to make sure that this hatchery is dealt with. If it does survive too long, then you are under real threat of a queen popping out and of tumors being thrown down. So this is a big reaction by ByuN. But look at how much mine time we're losing here. This is what 8 SCVs. 8 SCVs being forced off the mineral line and wasting all of their time here on the hatchery. Hatchery does complete, again buying more time as much as possible as we expand. Remember, SHIN behind this is taking his own hatchery into a gas geyser as well. SHIN is droning, SHIN is saturating. This hatchery is going to be dealt with, but again, damage has been done to the economy with all these SCVs DPSing down the hatchery. So that SHIN does pull away, does get supply block for a moment here, does claim his expansion, and from here we just build up into a macro game. As you mentioned, the urgency there for ByuN was to focus it down to make sure there's not too much of a delay, there's no queens, there's no creep, there's not too much of a threat there. He does eventually deal with it, but it did come at a cost. It did come at a cost. Back at home, SHIN should be saturating, and because his gases are so much later, typically we expect SHIN to skip link speed and to go into roach play. We're expecting roach play at a SHIN. Meanwhile, ByuN going for a 2-1-1. Very interesting. It's a little more common here because of the disrupted economy for Terran players to go for a fast third TC, to rush into a third TC and build up into a greater mid game. But here, ByuN is going for a fast second Rax into an early stim timing into aggression. So this is going to hit quite hard, and SHIN actually gets link speed. Link speed is on the way. SHIN, he pulls out of gas. This is going to be a tough hold here for SHIN. We'll see if he can keep up with the sim timing. It's still a ways away. It's still delayed because of the opener. That is true. We'll see how our players build up over time into that mid game. Again, we know that ByuN is building up towards the stim timing. Meanwhile, SHIN, what does he build up into? Into Link Bane? Is he greedy? Does he go Lair first? Does he go Lair first, skip Banelings, and go for a Spire, go for a Hydrogen? Does he still embrace Roach Tech and play it a little bit safer? It's still on SHIN. As there's that start pull for the 2-on-1. A reactor's on the way in the factory for the add-on swap into reactor and medevac production. And ByuN is gearing up. He'll soon move out. Just waiting for those medevacs. From here, our Lings are fanging out towards the left-hand side. Likewise, here comes the move out. The medevacs have arrived, and here comes ByuN. Now, the move out gets spotted, but I'll be honest, we'll see if SHIN can survive it. He's got 7 queens. Okay, should be okay. He's got 7 queens. He's making Lings as we speak, so big reaction here by SHIN, canceling the spores. Now he does realize what's going on. Up until this moment, he did not know it was a 2-on-1. Now he's aware. As Zerlord now confirms with the scout, gets eyes on the 3rd CC, confirming there's no 2 base all in. And with all the queens coming together and with all the Link production, SHIN should be okay. He shouldn't sustain too many losses here to the double medevac drop. To the stim timing. ByuN dips in. Gets a queen. Does catch a queen, pulls away. Nice pick off here by ByuN. SHIN supply blocks. Ooh, he was making 5 overlords. It did make a massive wave of overlords. Aye, aye, aye. ByuN is building up. Now reinforcing. Can he catch another queen? So he does hide the reinforcements. Now moving forward, there's the big stim. Stims in, he wants a queen, and he doesn't quite get one. But he trades well. Remember, there are no banelings. No banelings, so he does kite well here against the Zerglings. So many Zerglings go down. Barely does not get the queen, just barely. Whew. And SHIN does hold, but at a cost. Again, a lot of Lings are thrown away. Behind this, ByuN still reinforcing. Rallying his tanks across... Jesus, he's rallying his tanks across the map. Okay, pulls back. I was about to say. Does pull back. Does calm down. No, never mind. He is committing. Okay, he was just waiting for his medevac. 2 tanks moving out across the map. Hyper aggression by ByuN. He smells spot in the water. There's still no banelings, by the way. It's still purely Link Queen. Link Queen into Hydra. This is so greedy from SHIN. He's skipping banelings. SHIN is skipping banelings. Now throwing down the banelings at 7 minutes. It's so late. It's so delayed. Tanks are setting up. ByuN, he will deny the expansion. He wants to bait the army within range. He's going for +1. Can he die +1 carapace? 6 seconds. 6 seconds away. The tank blows up Lings and is barely denied. So a few seconds away from finishing up. Massive pickup. Carapace is so important. At the same time, Lings do counterattack. They deny the 3rd. They force a lift. Again, Lings they cannot engage, so force a counterattack instead. Finding some damage. But the Hatchery's getting low. Yeah, Hatchery's getting low. The Lings just try to collapse in. They cannot. Ooh, nice catch on. I believe that was a tank. Yeah, miss rally out of ByuN. Does miss rally. Hatchery 9.5 HP. Blue transfuse. Oof. Tank following the queen. Gets a queen. Oh my god. Gets another. And queen's getting picked off. Now ByuN can reinforce, this time with Marines. 1-1 upgrade's about to finish up. I think it's just so difficult for SHIN to engage. Hydras will help. And Lings, they catch the mineral line once again. Ooh, he tries to at least. Does try to. This time ByuN holds. ByuN holds, he defends, he claims his third. Bathing speed has begun. Let's see if ByuN wants some queens. Gets another queen. Oh my god, and almost another. So 10 queens up and running. Lanes, they delay some mining. ByuN actually pushing out with a secondary push on the right hand side. With a double drop. And does deny some Banelings. Very nice. The Banelings are denied. Link's able to surround. Will force the pick up. But still very efficient trades here for ByuN. Still being very efficient. SHIN is still trying to stabilize. Getting up to 70 workers. Getting up to almost 4 base saturation. Getting there. Nope. Okay, it's building up. Bane's attempt to run by, ByuN he holds, and again ByuN he still has momentum. The reality is that he's just maintained momentum this entire game. SHIN is treading water, he's holding his own, but I still worry about a main push, which we haven't seen yet. There's another queen. Yeah, catching out more queens. We do have another drop on the right hand side. SHIN is in position, and now SHIN collapses on the tanks. He can finally clean them up. Finally, he's got the Hydra count. Catching out 1, 2 tanks, all the Marines as well. Finally, SHIN can breathe. Finally. He defends his natural, breaks out. ByuN should be racing back home. Ooh, was the Medivac still low? But again, SHIN, he can now fight for map control. And ByuN has to be careful. There's a lot of Hydras, a lot of anti-air. The Medivacs are not exactly safe anymore. He's got to be careful. With his does expand, does claim the 4th base. SHIN, his 5th is late. Again, very, very late 5th base for SHIN. Economically, ByuN is ahead. This is why we spoke earlier about ByuN's just position. He's just been maintaining map control this entire time. Stronger economy, stronger max outs. He's got 3-3 on the way as 2-2 just now begins for SHIN. And SHIN's still working on the hive. So SHIN, he still has a little recovering to do. He's still behind. And we'll see if we can catch the army. You see SHIN going for the flank. He can get on top of the tanks. Oh, not quite. The army's revealed. ByuN backs off. Back off, does pull away. Same time getting into the mineral line. Oh, just going for the expansion. Yeah, a little bit of indecision. Going for both. Yeah, he gets 6 drones and gets the expansion as well. Very nice damage here by ByuN. And again, SHIN's just falling apart. SHIN is max, but the soup is lying to you. SHIN is on 66 workers. Again, a very low drone count, very low economy. SHIN is basically all in. SHIN's ability to remax after a big fight, it's not really there. He doesn't really have much tech to work with either. So SHIN has 1 good fight in him. 1 good fight. He can remax on Lings, but has no excess gas. ByuN does have supply tied up in the drops. This is very ambitious by ByuN. He's gotta be careful. And Medivac goes down. ByuN, he sets up. Drop is dealt with. And he gets a mineral line. Wow, he does get a mineral line here. Ling Bane forced to collapse in. 8 more drones go down. SHIN's still just being bullied. Oh, no. Okay, surrounds a couple of Marauders, not bad. Catching out some Marauders. Another expansion will fall. As we mentioned, SHIN has got 1 big engage that can work here. We can try to collapse in the army, win the fight, and then just snowball out of control. Just rush across the map and try to end the game. They still can't quite engage. Oof. Tank shots going off. Punishing the Zerglings. Vipers have arrived. Got a couple of blinding clouds. Does end one. Going for the other. Decent blinding clouds here. Ling Bane does roll forward. And he cleans up the tanks. He gets 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks. Not bad. The spread is good. We're running out of Ling Bane. It's mainly Hydra remaining. ByuN has to retreat. Yeah, pulls back to his tank line. There are still remaining tanks. Hydra's able to lunge forward. They gotta get out of here. There's just too many tanks. 7 tanks. And again, that wasn't a bad fight for SHIN, but as you mentioned, he didn't really have too much behind this. He's now working on 3-3. Working on 3-3. He at least retained the Vipers. Lurker Den is on the way, but again, we are ways away from Lurker Tech, from Hive Tech Lurker specifically, as he needs those upgrades. Lurker Den will soon finish. ByuN is turtling up. He's just turtling up, building up his ghost counts, building up his tank counts. I mean, this is the correct thing to do. Throwing out more CCs, sensor towers. Because Tourmaline is just so open, there's just a very high risk that if ByuN pushes, he gets surrounded. And as we mentioned, like, SHIN, he still has surround potential with this army. So ByuN just making sure he's secure back at home before pushing. Cool. And Marauders, they tank the Banelings. So the Banes once again moving in. Nidus storm into the main. Go for the Nidus. ByuN, does he notice? He does. Wow. Yeah, he does notice Nidus storm is going to be shut down. Taric kills the Overseer. With the Overlord. Another Nidus here wasn't natural. Once again, we'll see if ByuN does notice. He does. It does take notice. Oof. Punishing the Lurkers. The Lurkers are now revealed. ByuN pushing forward. Now, how does ByuN perfect his army? Well, for now, he has Bio Tank Ghosts. We are missing Liberators. Ideally, we start working and taking up towards Liberators as well. Into a tank mech army. Sorry, into a mech ghost army is what I meant to say. As he has +3 vehicle weapons on the way. Ling Bane cannot engage. More shots going off. Nidus storm into the main. Get some snipes up. Abducted Marine, let's go. Feels Marine, man. Yeah, just showing off the Nidus storm did fail. And down goes another base. Another base, another expansion. Again, SHIN has no creep on the map. He has no map control. He hasn't had map control for like 10 minutes or even more. It's like, like again, his entire game has just been SHIN on the back foot. It's just been SHIN trying to stand back up. And ByuN's been knocking him down. Oof. More signs helping up. Does catch a ghost. Catches a ghost. Taking up in towards Broodlords, but again, the upgrades are lacking for Broodlord tech. For now, getting a couple of Corruptors, having some anti-air. Nidus storm once again is punished. Ghosts are coming in, he gets one. Oh, trades 1-to-1, goes for a Lurker. And does snipe a couple more. Ooh, not quite able to. Bit of miscontrol there by ByuN. Catching up. Ooh, 3. 3 ghosts go down. Very nice catch by SHIN. Yeah, chaotic control there by ByuN. Very chaotic. 8 Broodlords are on the way. These are 0-0 Broodlords, by the way. Oh, no. And with that, the mineral line is exposed. Both workers are punished. Shin, he has to engage. Lunges in, but he's punished by the tanks. Tanks are within range. Oh my god. And massive tank shots going off. Broodlords are revealed and does force the disengage. Does force the on siege. So Broodlords, they allow Shin to hold. If it wasn't for these Broodlords, Shin would have lost the base and the mineral line. He would have lost everything. So Broodlords, they barely hold on. This will be forcing out Vikings. I would say it's a good thing that these tanks are falling because they're freeing up supply. ByuN was maxed. ByuN was maxed. He had to free up supply for Thors and Vikings. Does left one. Mass mining cards on the tanks, not bad. Snipes, they do connect. Broodlords getting picked off. Some brutal losses there for the Broodlords. And Shin, can he break through? Does break through the siege line. Yeah, that's 5 tanks falling. More Bailings rolling in. If he can break this planetary, he can keep going. The Bailing! Bailing connects. Planetary is getting low. And again, Shin, he's got to keep going. He breaks through the expansion. He's got to keep going. He cannot back off. It's all or nothing. Send it, Shin. Send it. Thors are arriving. Vikings are whirling in. They do get shut down by the Hydras. Yeah, still very close. Still very clutch. The ghost count is so high. And now it's just Broodlords. Yeah, now it's just Broods. And we mentioned earlier that Shin, he had to break through with this army. He was basically all in. And Shin doesn't break through. He does not break through. He got the center expansion. That's all he got. 25 SCV kills. That's nice, but he's going to lose everything in the process. Get out of here, man. No, he can't escape. He'll lose every single Broodlord. Every Broodlord goes down, and then everything just snowballs out of control. Again, Shin was all in with that. He had to end the game. He killed an expansion, which is great. He reset the tank counts, but here comes ByuN. He's here to end it. One fungal lands. There's no follow-up. We just tank the fungal. Tanks the fungal. He's got 2 more fungals in the chamber. He's got 2 more fungals. Yeah, you can see Shin shaking his head. I mean, again, like that was the one shot that Shin had. That one Broodlord breakout. As Shin was just playing from behind the entire game. Fungals land. It's fine. GG gets called. GG gets called. And ByuN, he will claim game number 1. GG. GG, well played. That was a brutal game in the sense that, as I mentioned before, and I'm sure you could hear in the tone and kind of our interpretation and our presentation of the game itself, ByuN was in the driver's seat the entire game. It was a long game. It was like, what, 20 minutes? It was like a 20-minute game, despite that, or even a little bit longer than that. But the reality is that ByuN, he was never in any danger. He was never in any real danger, except for the Broodlord like push. Like that Broodlord push had potential, like that, but that was it basically. Like that was the one moment for Shin. Outside of that, ByuN, he was just chilling the entire game. Winding it back, the reasoning for this, if you remember, we had a very shaky start to the game with like Shin, you know, disrupting the opener and forcing aggression. ByuN went for a 2-on-1, and it all began with Shin not going into Bailings. Remember, Shin, he did delay his Bailing production. He got his Bailing nest at 7 minutes. He was defending with purely Ling Hydra, and because of that, he was being bullied. He was being bullied because he had no Bailings, so the Bio army and the sim timing was just overwhelming, trading so well against the Lings, trading well against the Queens, trading well against the Hydras. We saw that ByuN made his way across the map, got his tanks behind the natural, and was able to get within range of the gas guys and take some better fights, and likewise at the same time drop on the right hand side. It was just a really rough start. Shin was being greedy. He decided to skip Bailings for a long time, and the reality is he was punished for it, right? He was punished for skipping those Bailings. He was punished for cutting corners, and he was playing from behind due to the efficiency and due to the aggression of ByuN for punishing that delayed Bailing tech. So it was just a really rough game there for Shin, and again, he did have a chance. And what are they measuring? Oh my god! But it was just a really rough game there. Again, Shin, he had that one moment with the Broodlord transition, that Broodlord switch, and he was able to like take a fight, kill some tanks, and eventually break the planetary. But he spent everything to kill the planetary, whereas ByuN had an army behind it. He had mass ghosts behind it. He had mass Thors behind it. So ByuN was still able to take it from there. It was just that one shot, that one kill shot that Shin had. Then GG. GG, well played. With that, our players did ask for a break. Our players, they asked for a break here. Understandable, it was an intense and longer game, so our players have a moment here to gather their thoughts. ByuN does take a lead in the series, and ByuN needs one more game to claim the series here and to advance on into the top 4. if you remember, ByuN, he hasn't gotten up to top 4 in GSL in quite some time. We're looking at his 2025 results, and again, it was mainly like top 12 sort of thing. So ByuN has been struggling as of late, but hey, and this might be his run, this might be his year, this might be his tournament. So far, he's looking to come out in first place. Meanwhile, the pressure's on SHIN. Now, what I should emphasize as well, in our characterization of this game one, is that because SHIN fell behind from the beginning, I don't think that this game was reflective of SHIN's skill, right? It's like, I need to emphasize that ByuN was looking real strong and real comfortable because of the lead early on, but in a standard game, and SHIN, he's capable of having a stronger start and having an equivalent start and having more of a back and forth and having more of a competitive series, I should say. So I don't think game one was necessarily representative of what SHIN can bring to the table and what he can offer in ZVT. And this is his chance to redeem himself. Let's go. Game 2 is going to be on Mothership. Going to be loading into Mothership here. Mothership is a larger map. 3-player spawn map is available. We have a bit of RNG, a bit of that RNG nature, RNG factor here. The map is also a little bit larger. I do typically favor Zerg players on Mothership because of the size, because of how open it is. This is SHIN's time to recover and to make a series out of this. Let's go. The pressure is on SHIN. Vamonos. We'll get into a little bit more in depth as to the map itself once we get into the game. Again, game 3, the potential game 3 is going to be on Winter Madness. Let's start. As spawning in the bottom side of Mothership, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. It is SHIN. In the top left, we do have the South Korean Terran. It is ByuN for Shopify. We gotta be quick back. We gotta be quick. Here we go. Here we go. We are loading into game number 2. And again, ByuN, he does have a lead in the series. Unomas, one more game is all he needs to claim the series here and now. Meanwhile, SHIN, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Welcome to Mothership. Mothership is one of the more often vetoed maps in the map pool. It's very rarely seen. This map is very open in the center. It does have open 3rd and 4th bases as well. It's just a very open map in general here, and does have that RNG factor of spawn location. But because of that, we often do see Terran players veto this map. The rationale here, it's kind of similar to Tourmaline. I don't know if you noticed, but on Tourmaline, ByuN, it took him a long time to commit to a big push, right? Like he was, once SHIN was able to quote-unquote to get his 4th base and stabilize and build up a semblance of an army, ByuN, he backed off completely and he turtled up. He just turtled up on 4 bases before being active once again. Here, it is difficult to be active just because there are so many angles of attack and so many opportunities to counterattack and flank the army and come in from behind. So it's difficult to play out that kind of game state. That longer game state for Terran is difficult. Meanwhile, the rest of the map is available for the Zerg to expand to the opposite corner of the map and take more bases and gain that economy. So we have seen Terran struggle in the mid to late game here in standard ZVT, but oh, that is not standard. Hello, Flappy, hello. So that is a Rax expand, CC on the high ground, going for a very fast second Rax, incredibly fast second Rax. With this initial opener here, I'm curious. Are we going for a 2-on-1? Are we going for a 3cc 2-on-1? Are we going for a 3 Rax? Are we going for a 4 Rax? Like, when does the aggression end? Like, this is very, very committed here with earlier second Rax and earlier stim. So really fast add-ons, really fast stim here for ByuN. I want to see how many more Raxes do we throw down. So what's what you got? Likewise, ByuN, he does not go for an SCV scout or a Reaper scout. No scouting whatsoever. So ByuN is being hyper greedy when it comes to his workers. And yep, as you can see here, Marine first into Reactor into Tech Lab. If SHIN went for an all-in, if he went for a Roach Rush or a Bane Bust, he would just kill. He would just kill instantly. There's nothing to defend. There's 1 Marine. That's it. 1 Marine, 0 scouting, 0 bunker. Like, ByuN is being insanely greedy with this build. Insane greed. And thankfully for ByuN, I mean, SHIN is scouting. SHIN has not found ByuN yet. He's still looking. He's searching. Lings to go top right. And stim is on the way. And stim is on the way. And now SHIN turns back around. He's checking his center left. By the time he does, there's going to be a high enough Marine count to defend against the low amount of Lings. It's going to be 2-on-1. It's going to be 2 Raxes into the factory, no 3rd Rax. That's what I was curious about. But no 3rd Rax. Now, the other curiosity that I have here is, are we tempted to go into... Never mind. So starport's on the way. I was gonna say we tempted to go into, say, like, I don't know, an add-on storm into reactor heli, and it's like a hellbat push. The answer is no. We're going for the starport into reactor into double medevac drop into 16 marines. But again, this will hit earlier than usual. So it's gonna hit very fast, very hard. Lings they poke in. Can we get some SCV kills? Goes to the depot. Does force a cancel. Not bad. Does cancel, spots all the marines. Now he knows. Now SHIN, he's aware of at least it's either a 2-on-1 or a 3-Rax or a 3CC 2-on-1. He's aware that we have reacted marine, not reacted heli. So big scout for SHIN. How does SHIN react? Back at home, typically we react with an early Evo chamber into +1 carapace. We could go for a Roche defense. Workers, they do pull back into gas. For now, we need as many queens as possible. Oh, 2 more gases? Whoa, okay. Layers on the way. It's claiming 2 more gases as well. Very tech heavy. And earlier Baliness. Thankfully, remember, last game was a 2-on-1, and SHIN didn't get his Baliness until 7 minutes. Here at 4:40-ish Baliness timing, so much more safe, much more standard. This time, SHIN is not skipping Balings, he's embracing Ling Bane early on. So much more standard and safer play by SHIN this time. So far, so good. So far, so good. Marines, they move out. And SHIN, he is ready for this. He's got 7 queens and plenty of zerglings. SHIN should be fine. ByuN has potential, of course, but SHIN, for the most part, he should be conservative with his lings, push forward main with the queens, have transfuse, and shouldn't lose anything. Yeah, ByuN, he respects it. Ooh, but he will reinforce. It does reinforce, just like last game, actually. This is very similar to the game 1. Very similar. Except, from ByuN, I should say. SHIN is going for a safer response, and with all the gases, SHIN is going into the Spire. Ooh, he's going into Muta play. Bold move. 1 queen goes down. Takes down the queen. Is forced to lift. That's what, 6 marines going down. So SHIN is holding. 5 marines. I was 1 off. 5 marines going down. Nice target find. Very nice. Ooh. Bleeds off 3 more marines. It's 8 marine kills in total. And it's all about SHIN just buying time until the Spire is done. And ByuN has no idea. ByuN is not scouted. He has no idea that mutas are coming. And that's the fact that there are no turrets back at home. The fact that he doesn't know. That surprise factor is huge. Mutas, they do rely on the surprise factor, and they can do crippling damage. Does get a queen. Gets 1. Cashing out 1 queen. Trading against the zerglings. ByuN does pull away. Spire is now done and shows the mutas. Here we go, 9 mutas on the way. And again, ByuN has no idea. He has not scouted, no scan. No turrets back at home. ByuN has been trading well. Like, these are good trades for ByuN. But the lack of preparation back at home means that he will lose SCVs. And things can very quickly escalate. They can escalate. Mutas, they pop out. They're coming. Nice cancel. ByuN, he denies the 4th. Mutas, they make their way across the map. ByuN is getting a blind turret that is natural, but it's still in production. And it should not finish. Yeah, it should not finish here. Mutas, they collapse in. They go for the turret. And with that turret is denied, that's going to be a kill, not a cancel. There are marines in position, but despite that, SCVs are falling. Getting 4, getting 5 SCV kills. Oof. So nice damage so far. 5 SCVs and containing ByuN. And ByuN has to get out of here. He has to race back home. The drops are out on the map. They are vulnerable. They are exposed. Mutas rotate to the 3rd base. No major damage yet, but ByuN is contained. Like, that's the damage that's being dealt here. I should emphasize that. The mutas, they contain ByuN and they allow SHIN to double expand. He's getting his 5th base, his 4th base at the same time. SHIN now can drone up, he can tech up as well, catch up with the upgrades. Ooh, in doing so, ByuN though, he's committing quite hard. This is a big commitment here by ByuN, he's pushing. Mutas, they backstab, Lings as well. And ByuN, he's being forced all in. Yeah, he's being forced all in. As back at home and Marines are being overwhelmed, production's getting caught, tank is falling, and ByuN is completely all in here as he bleeds out so much back at home. He commits, and how many banelings? There's plenty of banelings to defend. SHIN should hold. I mean, we have a nice tank spread, true. It all comes down to this one engage. SHIN is supply blocked. Yeah, big supply block. Banelings get focused down. Nice zoning here with the mutas. Banelings, they smash in. They get on top of the Bio, on top of the Marines. Yeah, the spread is good, but not good enough. Yeah, plenty of Link Bane left over. SHIN, he holds, he defends, and ByuN, he gets completely cleaned up. He still has a reinforcing army, but he lost his tanks, he lost his bio. That was all that ByuN had. That was all that ByuN had. Ay, ay, ay. And you can see ByuN plummet in supply. Remember, SHIN's on 5 bases. From here, SHIN, he's still joining. He's joining up a little bit further. SHIN is, of course, gained map control. ByuN is stuck at home. And when it comes to ByuN's next push, it should be an easier defense. As this time, there are no factory units. There's no backbone to the army. It's pure Marine. It's pure Marine. We have 3 more racks on the way. That's going to be an A-rack setup for ByuN. I don't think he has a 4th command center. I could be mistaken, but I don't think it's a 4 CC, which means it's a 3-base all-in. Yeah, 3-base all-in. SHIN ready for the backstab. ByuN, does get a later 4th command center. Tells us that ByuN does plan on trying to macro out of this. It's ambitious, it's bold. You know what this actually reminds me of? It reminds me of game 1, but the roles have been reversed. Where in game 1, SHIN was just playing from behind from the beginning, so it was just a rough game state there for SHIN as he tried to recover. Here it's very similar, where SHIN, he has control of the game. He got away with his mutas. ByuN does have potential with his drop play, like he can try to slip by and get into a mineral line. There's potential with the drops. Oof. Meanwhile, SHIN should be taking a bit of Hive Tech. We should be seeing Hive Tech on the horizon in towards Ultras. That's going to be like SHIN's big power spike. Against Mass Marine Mine. SHIN, he's still droning actually? Droning up to 93, that's a very high drone count. Interesting. So I take back what I said now. ByuN, he's turtling up, he's maxing out. There is a world where ByuN can turtle max out and win the game with a big push. He can still pull this off. 100%. 100%. The higher drone count means that SHIN's army is that much smaller. And remember, SHIN's army is very fragile. Like Ling Bane Muta, it's a very, very fragile army. One bad fight and ByuN can still take it. He can still take it. You can see here, this is a 12-minute infestation pit. It's very late. It's a very, very late pit. So what I mentioned about when it came to Ultra Tech, it's very far away. Like it's not gonna be factoring in anytime soon. Oh no! Ooh, late reaction. Late reaction by ByuN. Ay ay ay. ByuN gets caught out. The pants were down. He was distracted. And with that SHIN, he will clean this up. He shuts down the push. Again, ByuN was distracted. And SHIN does give chase. Yeah, collapsing in the army, cleaning up the Marines. Ooh, getting a full medevac as well. ByuN is still rallying, but again, ByuN once again plummets in supply. I did mention that ByuN, he had a chance to recover here with one big push, but his army was fragmented, and he will lose half his army at a time. And SHIN now can rebuild once again, setting up his Ling Bane. Setting up his Ling Bane, once again being active. Again, there's just so much pressure on ByuN to be aggressive here. And he does collapse on the center expansion at the same time. SHIN, he does catch reinforcements. He tries to at least. I still stand by ByuN having a chance as he can catch the mutas. Almost. Mutas, they do dance and they do weave between the army. They pull away. Oof. Door shot goes off, losing 1, 2, 3 mutas. Not bad. Ooh, Thor gets surrounded. It's a brutal pickoff. There was only one Thor. ByuN does move in. These mines have potential. No, once again, he's not looking. ByuN. Twice now, we're not looking, papi. ByuN was distracted, not paying attention. Massive bailing connections. Por favor, ByuN. We gotta lock in, papi. We gotta lock in. I mean, I say we gotta look in, but ByuN was distracted by that's the power of the mutants, right? The power of the mutants is that they cause distractions, they cause you to pay attention to focus your attention elsewhere, of course, to split your attention. They make you look away, papi. True. They make you look away. As mutants, they don't quite break through the turrets. Shout out to the SCVs, shout out to the boys. Bailey's they roll in. SHIN trying to collapse himself on the planetary. And he will not break through. This is a big commitment. Like, SHIN is gonna be careful. He spent a lot of Ling Bane there. But mutants, they kill the main. Yeah, mutants, they kill the main. ByuN, I'm sure he wants a counterattack, going for the mass contamination. Let's go. And here comes the counterattack. Now again, SHIN's ground army is weaker. Just because SHIN, he spent a lot of Ling Bane on the planetary itself. Ooh, but Marines getting caught out. Bailings are finishing. SHIN, he should still be fine. He's still fine. Surrounds the army. Shuts down the attempted push. And with that, we're just catching up the stragglers here. There's not much remaining for ByuN. ByuN is under 3 base saturation. He's trying to rebuild that planetary. And now the hive is done. We spoke earlier how the infestation was late, and that was concerning for SHIN, but the hive is done. We have 3-3 on the way. We have kindness plating on the way as well, which means the Ultra Cavern is complete. And again, the Ultra Cavern, like, that is the win condition, right? Survive until Ultras. And ByuN has no answer. As the observer does point out, there's that cavern. There are the upgrades. SHIN's next remax should be with Ultras. Matchup going up. Ooh, oh my god. Very nice engage by SHIN. Once again collapsing the army. SHIN is still not making Ultralisks. Still not. Oof. We get some okay mine connections. Once again, though, ByuN doesn't really gain any ground. And here we go. We have the first Ultra on the way. It's just one, but we're getting there. We're getting to the Ultras. As mutants, they can now give chase to the medevacs. Medevac to survive. Never mind. One of them survives. And this should be the final push for ByuN. Should be. So moving out with everything we have. Nice spread here with the Ling Bane. Trying to bait the mine connections. Bailings, they connect in. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal connections there. And then we can just clean up. And we're looking to force the ace match. GG gets called, the Ultras are revealed, and SHIN ties up the series. We're going all the way to game number 3. GG. Whew, GG, well played. As we mentioned, and after now with the game concluding, I do want to emphasize that game 2 was very similar to game 1, except the roles were reversed, where SHIN was in control the entire game once he got into his mutants, right? Like ByuN, he went for a 2-on-1 opener, he went for a 2-on-1 build, and because the map is so large as well, ByuN, he could never threaten the bases. He was only active in the center of the map. Only active dying creep. SHIN bought enough time for the mutas. The spire went unscouted, and once the mutas hit the field, ByuN was shut down. ByuN, he lost map control then and there, and it was quote-unquote smooth sailing from then on forward. The game lasted like another 10 minutes, but SHIN was in control of the game. I will say that as opposed to game one, there was like a higher chance of ByuN recovering just because of the glass cannon nature of SHIN's army. So there was a world where maybe ByuN could take like the perfect fight and maybe catch SHIN off guard and maybe pull something off. Like there was still a higher chance of that happening compared to game one for SHIN, but it was still a little bit more reliant on SHIN making mistakes. And SHIN, he was able to secure himself, keep up with all the aggression, all the move outs, harass across the map, knock down bases, knock down mineral lines, and SHIN was just able to maintain himself. And with that, we're now getting into the ace match. We're loading into game number 3. Let's go. And I'm hoping for a back and forth here. What I mean by that is that, as I mentioned, so far in both game 1 and game 2, the game was almost decided early in the game, and then we still lost a lot longer here with the other player just trying to like keep their head above water, just trying to like find some way of recovering. I'm hoping for like an intense back and forth, and usually that is what Winter Madness does provide. Let's go. Winter Madness again. It is one of the more macro maps in the map pool, a lot more standard as well. It's not too aggressive. It's not too turtle heavy like Celestial Enclave, for example. I'm ready. Give us some Winter Madness. Let's go. Vámonos, vámonos. So players are getting ready. And we're here to determine the first player to make it through into the semis from Group B. Let's go. Let us go. We're here to determine. Oh, make sure you hydrate true. Hydrate your hydras back. Hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines as we jump into game number 3, the ace match. And sporting in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is SHIN. In the top left, we have the South Korean Terran. The red Terran, it is ByuN for Shopify. And here we go. Once again, just like the first game, SHIN is going for the proxy hatchery. The goal here is to disrupt the build, disrupt the opener, to delay the expansion, and to ideally force ByuN to pull the boys down, to waste some mining time, of course, to deal that invert damage. As ByuN, he wants to go CC first. No shot. ByuN is banking. You can see he's banking resources. He doesn't check the logout. He wants to go CC first. No. Which means it'll be a big delay. It's going to be a big delay. Yeah, rude surprise here. The SFV moves down to the low ground. He wants to go CC first, and he cannot. He's denied. And he has to pull the boys. And because of this build, his Rax is late. It's a late Rax, a delayed Rax, which means late Marine, late Reaper. It means that this hatchery is going to last even longer. It's going to take so long to bring it down. Oh, no. That's so unfortunate here. Rough start for ByuN. Again, attempted CC first means even a greater punish. Remember, it's hatch into pull into hatch. Remember, SHIN's not all in. But a very nice start for SHIN. It's a nice start. Behind this, SHIN's going to be expanding. He will cancel. Does cancel, going for the Evo chamber. Unfortunately, the CC's already on the high ground, so the Evo chamber won't really delay too much. I guess he can let it finish, just to delay even further. Bearing in mind that SHIN is not aware of the build of choice and not aware of the Rax timing. But there we go, the Evo chamber does finish. Will slowly bleed out and will eventually be dealt with. And from here, we're just macroing up. Just macroing up, macroing out of this. Again, ByuN is going to be stuck in his main a little bit longer. Again, the first Marine only just now begins. Force to morph in the orbital. Likewise, because it was a CC first, it also means there's no like Reaper harass, there's no like aggression for SHIN. SHIN can just freely drone, freely saturate, delay his tech, cut some corners if need be. He does go for the gas geyser, so he's working towards, I would imagine, link speed. Marine is revealed, so now SHIN knows it is Marine first. And we can see for the first time this series, it's not a 2-on-1. Game 1 is a 2-on-1. Game 2 is a 2-on-1. Here it is a 1-1, either 1-on-1 or a fast third CC before starport. Just to just to let everyone know, when it comes to like 111, what that means here is 1 Rex, 1 Factory, 1 Starport. The Evo Chamber finally is going to be dealt with, and finally ByuN can expand. That is a 315 layer timing. That is crazy. So SHIN, he skips. SHIN, he does skip link speed. He skips link speed. He's rushing into a very fast layer, and this could be one of 2 things. One of 3 things. Either 2 base Muta, 2 base Hydra, or Roach all in. So what's it going to be? Especially Winter Madness, and especially against a CC first, I would imagine that a 2 base Muta is going to be the most viable option. Ooh, and that is a 1-1-1. Okay, this is a rarer build, and it's going to be roaches. Okay, we're getting into our builds. So again, SHIN, he's skipping speed, he's going straight into lair tech, 315 lair timing, very fast lair into roaches. So this is going to be for roach aggression, heavy roach aggression into fast roach speed. Meanwhile, ByuN is being hyper aggressive here. He did open up CC first, that is true, but he's going for a 1-1-1, very late third command center for ByuN, going for the earlier push, earlier drop. You can see here, very fast medevac production. This is faster than normal. So early aggression by ByuN, but there should be defensive roaches in time, and this can lead into a roach counterattack as well. And because ByuN is going for a medevac and not into a tech lab, he won't have defensive banshees. Banshees are ideal against roach aggression, but there are 0 banshees. And he spots the drop. Yeah, the overseer does scout the 1-1-1, does scout the 3rd CC, and does scout the medevac drop, and SHIN should be feeling good about this. SHIN, he sees this, he's like, oh, no banshees? Let's go for the all-in. So SHIN will see if he does make any drones or if he just commits into pure roaches. Roach speed is almost done, and he can hit that roach speed timing. Yeah, behind this double E base out of ByuN, he's in danger. He's in danger here. And he doesn't know. The issue is that he has 0 scouting. If ByuN has seen nothing across the map, he doesn't know about the fast layer, he doesn't know about the later 3rd base, he doesn't know about the roach production. ByuN has no idea what's going on until now, until he sees the army itself. And you can see that SHIN, he's still not droning. He could, if he wanted to, he could drone here. He has enough roaches. ByuN does drop into the main. And can ByuN get in? He has Hellions towards the natural. Roaches are revealed. ByuN knows. Yeah, ByuN now is aware of the roach play. And SHIN is not all in. I wanted to see the all in here. He could have excelled. Like, ByuN has no tanks, he has no banshees. Like, ByuN has a very weak position back at home, but SHIN is droning. Yeah, SHIN is droning, is saturating. There was potential. There was potential to punish. Like, this army moving out across the map with reinforcements would do so much. But ByuN is droning. Sorry, SHIN is droning. Bunkers on the way. There's 1 Liberator to defend. As we mentioned, there's no banshees, there's no tank. Like, it's a very weak position here. There's no stim. Hellion goes down. Liberator forced to reposition. Like imagine reinforcements coming in. Like imagine the all-in. Oh, Liberator goes down. Boys are being pulled. I mean, SHIN still has the advantage. Like, he's still doing a lot of damage here. I'll say that SHIN could have ended the game here, but for now, just getting ahead. Right, cleans up the depots, catching the Liberator, forcing boys to be pulled, and behind this, SHIN is just droning and getting further ahead. Droning up. Droning, saturating. He has the infestation bit on the way. That's going to be for early safety infestors. There we go. Infestor production has begun. So SHIN is safe. And this typically leads into ultras. So SHIN is going to be a roach opener into +1 carapace, into hive tech, into ultras. So SHIN, his goal here is to defend, to turtle, to defend, and to snowball out of control with ultra tech. That is his win condition. Just survive until ultras. Now, because of this, it's a very defensive style. It means that ByuN has freedom to recover. ByuN has freedom to get his 3rd, to get his 4th base, to saturate, and to build up. SHIN still has the advantage, and he has the freedom, and he's looking very comfortable getting into hive tech. But he will give ByuN the opportunity to maybe recover, to find some damage. He's been given the opportunity. Microbial Shroud. Microbial Shroud is on the way. There's a melee upgrade. As we mentioned, like, there's a reason why we're not going to range upgrades. It's melee because the goal is hive tech with ultras. The goal is ultra tech. ByuN is being active. Now, one of the big weaknesses of SHIN's army is lack of anti-air, right? There's no Spire, there's no Hydroden. His anti-air are Fungals and Queens. So drop play can work well. For now, we're clearing up creep, drop into the main base. Roaches are in position. Ooh, medevac goes down. Oh my god, the medevac goes down to the spore. That was a full medevac as well. So nice pick up by SHIN. And again, Shin just wants to defend, and there it is. Hive is done, Ultras are on the way. As I mentioned, that is Shin's win condition. Survive until Ultras. That's his goal. And once he gets into Ultras, then he can just aim move across the map. And the reason why it's a win condition, as we graze the army with the Infestor, with the Fungal. The reason why it's a win condition is because this hits so quickly that there won't be any ghosts, right? There's going to be no ghosts. There might be minimal minimal Marauders, and Marauders, they can hold their own in a higher numbers, in a higher count. Likewise, defensive tanks can be okay against Ultras as well, depending on the choke point, depending on the SimCity. Oh, but we're pushing? ByuN's moving out. This is bold. This is crazy. Ultra production has begun, by the way. This is very ambitious here from ByuN. And if he loses this army, that's going to be game. There's 6 Ultras on the way. Again, the counterattack from Shin is going to be crazy. He has so many Ultralisks. They're not out yet, but they're coming. Here we go. ByuN sets up outside of the 4th base. Tanks do siege. He's in position. This 4th base will go down. That is good damage here, but here come the Fungals. Here comes the army. So far, we don't really have enough. There we go. The Ultras, they reveal themselves. They're trickling in one at a time. The base goes down, and ByuN will lose every tank. He'll lose all 3 tanks, he'll lose this army, and then here should come the counterattack. Now, can ByuN keep the army busy? Oof. Massive Ultra swipes. At this point, ByuN has to do the best he can to delay the push. Because ByuN just lost all his tanks, so he has no defensive tanks. There are 6 Ultras. Oof. You can see here the drop distracting, keeping 1 Ultra busy at the natural, but the rest of the army moves out. Yeah, Shin, he commits with everything else. So 1 Ultra's back at home. Everything else commits. We do have a decent minefield. It's going to be 5 Ultralisks. Here comes Shin, he's maxed. He's maxed out, Major goes off. Takes down a Roach. Micropush out here on the Ultras. Do we have a Fungal? Ooh, does catch out part of the army. And Ultras everyone. Yeah, they just overwhelmed. We just snowball out of control, as he mentioned here. Again, it was just smooth sailings until Hive taken to Ultras, and Shin got there. And for ByuN to move out with his tanks was, again, very ambitious move. Upon losing all those tanks, there's no defense. There's no chance for a defense here. As he threw all his tanks away, the natural is broken, the 3rd is broken, and with that, Shin is looking to be the first player to advance on into the semifinals out of Group B. Ay. As the other boys are being pulled, desperation here out of ByuN. Desperation, Pappy. He's doing what he can. 35 SCV kills. Massive Fungal as well. The Biles. Oh my god. Biles connect. Fungal pops off. And ByuN, he might kill it. He does kill the Ultra. Does kill the Ultra. He's trying to hold on. Biles, they take down the medevacs. More Ultras have arrived. GG gets called, and Shin, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on into the round of 4. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Again, Shin will claim the series. A rough start for ByuN when it came to game 3. Winding it back, he does advance to the semis. True. We got the graphic. GG. GG, well played. Once again, winding it back here. ByuN had a very rough start when it came to the early game. Remember, ByuN went for a CC first. He went CC first, but it was up against a hash block, and he didn't know what was going on, so a delayed CC first, delayed racks as well. The hash block did immense damage early on, slowing down ByuN, and then we had the follow-up, which was almost a build order win for Shin. With Shin going into fast roaches, he went for a 3-15 layer timing into 2 base roach. I thought it was going to be for the all-in, and honestly an all-in would have ended the game faster, but he did go for a roach start into an economy, into a macro game. Meanwhile, we saw that ByuN went for a 1-1-1. He went for a 1-1-1 into medevac drop, not Banshees, which is weaker against roaches. As a result, ByuN went for the early push. He got shut down by the Roach Ravager. The Roach Ravager counterattacked as well, cleaned up the depots, delayed the mining. The boys were pulled. SCVs went down. Liberator went down as well. And Shin, he had a very strong start from there on forward. Again, the builds just they worked heavily in favor of Shin. Remember that everything that was happening, ByuN was blindly going into it. He had no scouting information, no forewarning, and ByuN just had a very shaky start, and that led into Shin comfortably taking up into Hive and taking into Ultras. It was very, very comfortable there for Shin to rush into Ultra Tech, and from there on forward, he just snowballed out of control. It didn't help, of course, that ByuN happened to be pushing as Ultras were popping out, so he lost all of his tanks and his Bio, which made for an easier assault into the bases. But now we have the winners interview.
Sean, go ahead, State. All right, well, Shin, congratulations on your victory over ByuN. You are the first Zerg and the only Zerg to survive the round of 8 and go into the offline finals. Do you feel like you're the best Zerg in Korea right now? Because it seems like you're playing really well.
I like this question.
일단
It's fun.
신이버 선수 4강 진출 축하드리고요. 지금까지 현재 남은 유일한 저그
This might be the first good question from State, I'll be honest. It's
그
just,
말인즉슨
as in, previous questions were a little bit more generic, were a little bit more stale, were more stiff. Like, this is like a fun question leading into the semis. Oh, we have some mic issues.
아, 네, 들으시나요? 아니요, 저 말고도 잘하는 선수들 많아서 저는 그냥 네, 운이 좋았습니다. 네.
You know, I mean, there are a lot of better players out there. I'm just lucky.
Congratulations on your victory, Shin. How far do you think you can go? Can you win this GSL?
그래도
I should have said it before. Is Tasteless ever going to ask a different question? It was like, oh, how far are you going to go? What do you think about the round of 4? God damn it.
상대가 성주라서 힘들 것 같다고 생각이 들고요.
State didn't take his question this time. True.
그래도 이제 뭐 네, 열심히 해봐야 될 것 같습니다. 네.
Ask him about his next opponent.
Well, you know, considering my next opponent is Maru,
There you go.
Maru, so it's gonna be a slightest chance, but I'll do my best.
I don't even think Tasteless
Well,
knew that.
congratulations and best of luck in the tournament.
감사합니다.
네.
I like how
I thought
Shin...
that game was intense, but when that mic wasn't on, I was like, ooh, are we going to get through this?
I didn't realize that he was playing Maru in the semifinals.
Yeah.
I would
I
have loved
didn't
to
know
have asked
either.
him about
See,
that.
I was about to say that, and they just confirmed. I was about to say that I'm pretty sure that Tasteless didn't know who Shin's opponent was, and Shin knew who his opponent was. That would have been a better question, of course, is to ask something a little bit more pointed about Maru, because that is his next opponent. Thankfully, Shin went there, didn't really give any insight or anything like that, but yeah, with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, so we are going to be wrapping up our winners match, and we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our elimination match. Up next is going to be a PvP between herO and Zoun to determine the first player to be knocked out of the tournament. Let's go. We'll see you guys soon in a couple of minutes. See you soon.
GSL Season 1.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the GSL, the 2026 GSL Season 1 Round of 8 Group B. We just crowned our first player to advance on into the semifinals out of the group. That was SHIN. SHIN, he took down Zoun earlier in the broadcast, took down ByuN 2-1 as well. And SHIN, he's the first player, the only Zerg to make it into the semifinals. And now we're here to determine who will be the first player to be eliminated from the group. We have a PvP here, Zoun versus herO. And what's crazy about this matchup, as we do have a look at our players, is that herO is the favorite player, right? He is the best pros player in the world. He was favored coming into this. Oh, it's time to smurge, papi. Oh, let's go. The door is closed, the lights are out. Again, herO was very, again, did take that previous loss a little bit hard, of course. He was favored to win it all, but now it's time to embrace the darkness here and to recover and have that comeback. Oh boy, here we go. We have a Veto's are done. Game 1 is going to be on 10,000 feet. Game 2, White Rabbit. Game 3 on Tourmaline. We have our 3 maps here. But remember, it's a mirror matchup. PvPs, anything canon will happen. And fun fact, Zoun did actually beat herO in last year's GSL. Like herO, he was eliminated last year in GSL by Zoun with hyper aggression. Zoun, he cannon rush. Went for a bunch of all-ins, hyper cheese. Zoun has beaten herO in GSL before. Can he do it again? herO is still favored, 100%. He's still favored to make it out of the group. But, I mean, for him to be in the elimination match, that is crazy. That is wild. Let's go. Crazier things have happened before. Do we cause the upset is spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of 10,000 feet. We have the South Korean Protoss player. It is Zoun for onside. In the top left, it is herO for T1. Let's go. Let us go. You can see the head-to-head here. Offline, Zoun 4-9. herO, of course, in favor in offline matches. Likewise, herO favored in online matches as well. Again, herO, he's favored to make it through the group and to make it into the top 4. But he got knocked down early on by ByuN. He was cheesed the hell out, especially in that first game. And here, can we cheese him out again? PvP can be very chaotic. Can be very chaotic, very unpredictable. And again, if Zoun's done it before, he could do it again. Show us what you got. For now, gateways have been thrown down. Oh. Gateways have been thrown down, and we'll see if we go for a 2-gate opener. If we go for a gate cyber expand, show us the initial openers. As we're building up into our second gases, I meant to say. Claiming our second gases, and here come the second gates. So far, everything's looking normal, everything's looking standard. 2-gate opener versus a 2-gate opener. Let's go. Just catching the chat. It's smurge time. Exactly. Volume, true. My apologies, looks like the volume was a little bit low for the intro. I had lowered the volume for the interview, but do apologize. Or back up. We're back on. And from here we have our initial 2-gate openers, no proxy, no shenanigans, no probe out on the map. Both players, they scatter each other. Second pylons have been placed in the main base of Zoun and herO. So far, everything's looking standard, which is not what I expected. I expect this to be a short series, to be hyper aggressive, but so far, standard openers, even opening up Stalker into Sentry. Again, this is as standard as you can get, going for earlier scouting information, going for a safer start into a natural. So we're building up into 2 bases. Now, from our 2-base setup, we can still be aggressive, but the early game is very tame. Tamer than we've seen in quite some time, actually, when it comes to PvPs. So a very tame start. From here, both players go mirrored builds. Both players opening up Robo. Robo is typically a very safe way to play. So once again, the safeness continues. A very, very safe play here. Robo typically means early immortal production. Now we can go for an early prism to apply some pressure early on and harass with the depths, but also allows for earlier immortal production, late blink into a more immortal heavy composition, and this can lead into a 2 or 2.5 base all in with immortal and mass glaive adept. So keep that in the back of your mind. If we do build up to 3 bases, that Immortal Adept is very much so a thing that is a viable option from here. For now, though, we have our Robos, and we'll see if any player goes to the Prism first. There it is. War Prism out of herO. We should be seeing a Prism out of Zoun as well. There it is. Prism versus Prism. Oh, wait, no, wait. Still looking at Zoun. First Prism is on the way. There it is. A Prism for Zoun as well. So we're both going to be harassing. Bearing in mind that 2 Adepts will one-shot workers. 2 Adepts, they do one-shot. So the goal here would be to get Adepts into the bases via the War Prism. Both players are going for proxies. Pylons have been thrown down, and we're setting up a proxy gateway, actually. Oh, okay, Zoun. Attempts to get in. That should not have happened. Yeah, massive pickups here. 1, 2, 3 probe kills. It's 4 probes going down. Insane damage. The boys are being pulled before the Prism even gets across the map. 5 probes. This is critical damage. In a mirror matchup, you can see here, miscontrol out of herO. He's being stuck on his own force fields. He's getting stuck. 6 probe kills. That is critical damage here. Zoun takes a massive lead, and herO's all in. He's all in. It's all or nothing. He has his proxy gateway across the map. Immortal production has begun. And herO, he needs some counter damage here. He has to go for it. Actually, sorry, herO not going for the Immortal, going for the Twilight Council. He's going for the Council. Adepts say shade in. They don't commit. They will delay mining at least. They delay some mining. Shade is denied. Oh, we can pick up. Okay. We can actually head over the wall. Very nice control by herO. Oh my god, he gets in. Yeah, 1, 2 probe kills. We get 3. Barely does. No, barely does not. Only 2. Only 2 probe kills. It's some damage. herO going for the... now we see why the Twilight Council. It was a proxy Twilight Council. I was confused as to why there was a council this early on. He's going into DT. He's going into Dark Templar. Now, this is really risky just because, remember, it was a robo opener, right? There is an observer. There's an observer and there's a robo. There's way to get more detection out. So this is very, very risky play here by herO. There's a chance that he gets damage done, but it's a risky maneuver. Nice control by herO. He weaves his way back in. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 probes. 4 probes go down. Very nice damage here by herO. He's recovering. He takes a worker lead after a disastrous start. herO, he is bouncing back, and Zoun gets across the map. He gets across the map. herO, he shades into the main base, catching up more probes. Zoun commits in. Zoun is all in. Or he's committed, I should say. He's committed. Adepts busts into the main base. More probes are going down. This is such a messy game. It's such a messy game, Pappy. So much economic damage from both sides. The main army does gain ground. Battery's not yet done. The Immortal gets caught. No defensive Prism, and Zoun is done it. Zoun, he's breaking that natural. Boys are being pulled. Desperation out of herO. Again, the force fields are solid. At the same time, DTs are getting across the map. Critical damage. But when it comes to the main armies, we have to favor Zoun, right? We have to favor Zoun. Zoun, he has the Prism and the Immortal. His main army snowballing out of control. He takes over the natural. Back at home here, he does have a defensive Immortal, but where's that Prism? He needs that Prism back home. Yeah, the Prism is racing back. It's racing back. Very nice force field. But we juggle over the force field. Immortal pops out. Boys are being pulled. herO, can he hold? Can he save the Immortal? Oh my god. Yeah, the Prism does arrive in time. Yeah, the Prism arrives. Oh my god. Saves the Immortal. Does kite back. But Zoun still has more. Zoun still has more Stalkers. Depowers the gateways. No more warp ins. There's 2 batteries. Yeah, 2 batteries, 2 Stalkers, 1 Immortal, and a Dream. 3 Stalkers even. Down to 2. Down to 2. And Zoun, he's doing it. Oh, repowers the gateway. Does try to repower. herO forced out of his lane. Nice control. Takes out one of the Stalkers. Jolts back over. Takes out one of the Stalkers. Comes in from behind. Oh, can he catch the Immortal? He cannot. And when it comes to the economy mode, herO, he has mining. herO, he has 5 probes. If herO can out micro and snipe a unit here and there, he can maybe take this game. But he has to out control. Yeah, he has to out control. herO pulls away. Obviously, in a head-on fights, we have to favor Zoun. But herO, drops in. He tries to drop in. Prism doesn't take any hull damage. Probes, they do get away. Probes get away. Zoun, he's spread a little bit thin here. herO coming in from behind. He wants a Stalker. Ooh. The Prism gets low. Battery does help. Clutch micro, clutch control. No, the Stalker goes down. The other Stalker as well, down to 1 unit. Down to 1 Immortal. herO, no shot. He cannot out micro with only 1 Immortal. Not like this. Does kill one of the Stalkers. I mean, he's trading well. Oh, he kills another. He kills 2 Stalkers. There's 2 left. The Prism. Oh no, he's being chased down. He's being chased down. The Prism is low. He does get out of. Oh my god, 1 shot away from falling. He's so close, but herO, he fought hard there. herO, he killed 2 Stalkers. He killed the Sentry as well. Zoun, he was up. I want to say 5 units, but now he's down to 1 Immortal and 1 Stalker. I think it's 1 or 2. 1 or 2 Stalkers. Yeah, 2. So here he did micro well. He's rebuilding that pylon. He's repowering the shield battery. Wait, it went down. No, the Prism went down. GG. It happened off screen. It happened off screen. GG, well played. And Zoun, he will take the game. He sniped the War Prism in the end. It looks like herO may have veered too close to the edge. There were 2 Stalkers left behind to kill the Prism. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. And Zoun takes game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. And again, it was impressive micro there by herO, but as we mentioned, Zoun, he did have the stronger push across the map. He could micro his units, he caught the first Immortal with the force fields, and everything just snowballed out of control from there. GG, well played. Exclamation mark for not the Observer, as the Observer did not actually get eyes on the Prism at the time, was focusing elsewhere, but the Prism did go down off screen, and that was game. That was game then and there. And with that, herO is 1 game away from being knocked out. Remember, herO, he's the best Protoss player in the world. He's favored to even just win the entire tournament. But alas, he might get knocked out here and now by Zoun. One more game is all that Zoun needs. Can he pull off the upset? Can he knock herO out of GSL? Let's go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss. It is Zoun for onside. In the top right, we have for T1, herO. Let's go. Let us go. What you're saying is the dark side of herO standard. No, I would say it's actually quite rare to see herO smudge. Like he rarely embraces the darkness. It's quite rare. I don't think I've actually seen herO smudge. True. But the smudge is real. It's usually a Zerg thing, like Raynor, of course. Raynor, he's known for smudging. Scarlet as well. True. Those are the 2 that come to mind. Clem. Yeah, we've seen Clem. Some of the Terrans, they bring up the hoodie. But now they're 2-gate. 2-gate open out of here, 2-gate open out of Zoun. Again, it was a very chaotic game. Very chaotic game 1 with just probes dying everywhere. They were just, it was just, you did not want to be a worker here in this PvP because probes are just going down left and right for Zoun and for herO. Very chaotic. But again, it all came down to Zoun eventually having enough and pushing across the map, committing and dedicating to his move outs. herO, his Prism was not at home to defend, so he had less micro potential with his army. But we are going for a proxy across the map. Okay, herO setting up his pylon, but it is on hero's side. So are we still coming to the Robo or into a Stargate? What's it going to be? Cybercore is done. Does start Warp Gate. At the same time, throws down the building. What is it? Robo. 1 base all in. So hero's going for the all in. At the same time, Zoun sneaks out a pylon inside of the main. When Warp Gate finishes, Zoun can just warp into depths directly into the main base, and that can win him the game, to be honest. Like, that 1 pylon can be the game-winning move for Zoun. He just needs Warp Gates. Defensive Robo out of Zoun. Good call. I have to favor Zoun. So far. Like, he's opening up very defensively, which is ideal against a 1 base all in, and he has that counterattack potential, which is unscouted so far. Zoun, he can take it. Oh wait, herO cancelled? He cancelled the Robo. Huh. Interesting. He cancels the Robo, throws down his Robo back at home. We can see that Zoun, he's reacting really hard. Zoun is setting up to defend against an all-in, but an all-in that isn't coming, and Zoun's turning his own build into his own all-in. Third gateway. Third gateway for Zoun. hero's trying to be more defensive. I do think this is the correct call, just because Zoun was hard countering an all-in. And now the turns are tables. And now it's going to be a bit of a shakier defense here for hero. But he's going to try to turtle up back at home. Warp gate is almost done. Here does he scout? Not yet. Oh, he sees! He scouts! Oh my god. Whew. Okay. So hero, he scouted, he responded, he shuts down the pylon. He responds to the one base all in as well. He sets up defensively back at home. So far, good reactions by hero. So far, so good. Stargate's on the way. Hero with the Stargate, he can get a Phoenix and he can focus on the Prism and lift the Immortal. So again, the Stargate's ideal defensively. Just with the Phoenix support. Alongside the Immortals. And defensively, I favor Hero here. Assuming that Zoun commits into an all-in. But it's hard to say. As Hero goes for a third gateway. Who's going to be the aggressor? Who's it going to be? Hero moves out. The goal here is for a depth harass. Zoun, is that another gateway? Stargate. He's taking him in the same way. He's going for his own Stargate, his own Phoenixes. First Phoenix in production for Hero. Zoun is one step behind. But the Prism is coming in. Hero jumping into the main. And Zoun, how does he react? How quickly does he react? Adepts are denied. Nice force field. Here he shaves in. He gets one. Gets one. Gets two. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there towards the end. One. Oh. What was just killed? Oh, the pylon. Okay. I was scared for a moment there. So only one probe. That was a better defense for Zoun. Meanwhile, the Phoenix will chase down the Prism at least. We'll chase it back home. And Hero is the first to expand. Again, defensively, I still do favor Hero, so he's expanding. Zoun is as well, after a very intense early game where calming down and both players are expanding. Calming things down. It's still very tense. Hero is dropping into the main. Zoun rotates to the low ground, but he does have a Phoenix in position. And if the Phoenix is revealed to the prison, then we should recall back home. Recall is available. Yeah, Hero turns back around, does race back. Hallucination does confirm the Stargate. Hero knows. Hero knows, Hero's aware. When the smiling assassin's merging, you know it's serious. True. When the smiling assassin isn't smiling. We're locked in. As Hero ferrying his way in towards the natural, but he is going to be denied. Nice defensive rotation by Zoun. Deflects the drop. Zoun deflects. Hero does have a Phoenix lead. He's up by one Phoenix. And Zoun is getting caught out. No, Zoun! He pulls away. Hero shoots first. That's a 1-1. Ooh, better trade for Zoun. Miss micro. Okay, we trade 2 for 2. Sorkers help supports. A little bit messy here. Just a little bit messy. Hero, he does come out on top. Does barely out trade. Behind the second Stargate, Zoun is going into Mass Phoenix. Ooh, this is interesting. So Zoun is going double Stargate, Mass Phoenix. Meanwhile, Hero is going for a Twilight Council transition into Glaive Adepts. Hero is going for a big push, a big all-in with Immortal Adept. We spoke about this in Game 1, if you recall. He's building up his Immortal Adept. It's going to be very dedicated, very committed. I don't think the double Stargate Phoenix from Zoun is going to help too much, to be honest, against Mass Adepts. Like, Mass Phoenix is ideal when it comes to picking up some high-tech units like the Immortals. True. But against the Sea of Adepts, I don't see it working out too well here. It feels like Zoun's being baited into Phoenix Wars. Oh, nice battery. Battery does help, and hero's will lose everything. Yeah, here he will lose every single Phoenix, but remember here he had already stopped Phoenix production. So Zoun, he does win the battle in the sky. He's still making more Phoenixes. And I'm curious to see how this pans out. I'm curious to see if the Mass Phoenix is going to be good enough to defend against the Mass Adepts that are going to be building up here. Yeah, here comes the Gateway Army. Here comes herO. Does commit, does push in. Now, there's not much anti-air for herO, true, because of the Mass Adepts. So, because of that, I believe Zoun will be able to lift up every single Immortal, and he should keep them in the air. Yeah, if he keeps all the Immortals in the air, I don't think the Mass Adept can break through. And now he commits. Yeah, he does commit in. Shades of the army. We're lifting up the Adepts. Okay. Adepts are being lifted. The Immortals are just going ham. Oh my god. Then now we lift up the Immortals, but that's late. Yeah, late lift here from Zoun. The Warpin looks like it will partially finish. And hero's done it. Here he's still trying to break through. It's still quite close. Yeah, still breaking through. Force fields the ramp. Locks in the army. We're lifting up the Immortals. He should lift up both. Gets one. Yeah, lifts up one. Adepts do shade into the main base, distracting Zoun. And we're getting messy. We're getting messy here. As herO tries to kite away, does catch one of the Phoenixes. Zoun does hold, but at a cost. It cost him 15 probes, 16 probes even. So a messy defense. Messy defense. Again, Zoun, he was very late to lift up the Immortals. Very late. They had to dish out so much damage. Collapsing on the War Prism. The War Prism does finish. The Immortals are caught out. No, the Immortal! Yeah, the Immortal is going to be caught out. And here he will take this fight. He will take the fight. Prism falls. Massive loss here for Zoun. Losing the War Prism, losing the Immortal, and now here comes herO. Again, defensively, the Mass Phoenixes, they are struggling. We'll pick up a couple of key units here. Catching up the Stalkers. But what about the Mass Adept? Again, that was our concern. Was like, when we go Mass Adept here, what are we going to do? Lift up every Adept one at a time? I mean, now we have to, but... Oh. Again, so much damage was dealt. So much damage. Phoenix is out of energy. 7 probe kills. And Zoun is down to 26. Down to 26 workers. And his economy has been crippled, but he does still have Mass Phoenix at least. He's got 12 Phoenixes. And there's potential to maybe rush into a mineral line. Alas, there are Stalkers to defend. Here's building up his Stalkers. Blink is on the way. herO, if he maintains a greater economy, he just snowballs, right? He just snowballs out of control, claiming a faster third, building up a greater army, more production, more upgrades, more tech. Zoun, he needs to find damage. Rotates into the main. Hey, not bad. Does find a mineral line. A lot of damage here. He gets 6, 7, 8, 9, up to 10 probes. So far, so good. And hero's all in. Here, he just ignores this. He just ignores the Phoenixes moving across the map. He's sending it. Now, the Phoenixes are out of NG. We blink in. Blinks in, catching Phoenix. I want to say there are maybe 4 lifts. Do we have 4? Oh, as more Phoenixes are being punished, they're being shut down. There's maybe almost 5. There's just so many Stalkers. There's a recall back home. There are 0 immortals. Okay, there's one. There's 1 immortal to defend. There's 1 immortal. There's a shield battery. herO's actually replacing his workers. He's replenishing. So I assume that herO, he just ignored the mineral loss and he just moves out across the map. He catches Phoenixes and herO starts probing again. And herO has 3 bases. So technically here he's replenishing his army even faster, making 3 probes at a time, and here he has a worker lead. So herO's still ahead. Despite losing 11 probes, he is still in a better position. And we still have to favor herO here. Now going for the Temple Archives in towards Archon production. Bearing in mind Archons, they cannot be lifted. It's a secure way to fortify your army. Pieces, they try to come in from behind. Now the Phoenix goes down. Glaives are on the way. Jesus. Glaives is down. So he's committing himself on 2 bases. Again, his third is very late. And again, the soup is lying to you, right? Like, the soup is deceivingly close when really herO has a massive worker advantage that can soon be translated into more army. And likewise, these Phoenixes are very limited in what they can achieve. They're restricted by their lifts, by their energy. Even here, the Phoenixes are trapped. Oof. Yeah, they are trapped. Oh, almost gets out. High Templar coming in for feedbacks. Let's go. Huh, gets 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 feedbacks. Morphs in the Archon. And here comes herO. herO is pushing. Phoenixes, they break out. 1 Phoenix goes down. Now, Glaives, I believe, has completed. So, Glaivedefs will help against the Mass Charge. No, sorry, Glaives isn't done yet. That's still not yet done. There we go, 10 seconds. We're now 10 seconds away. Needs a little bit more time. Glaives will finish. And bearing in mind that herO doesn't have to move in. Remember, herO, he's up a base. Like, he does not need to push into this. And he can now commit. So now he has to. Phoenixes, they engage. They lift up all the Stalkers. Zealots, they just melt against the Mass Adepts. Oh my god, the Glaive Adepts, they pop up against the Zealots. We have more. We have more Warpins, more Zealots. herO barely breaking through. The lifts are running out. Can he get on top of the Immortals? He gets 1. There's still 3 left. Down to 2. Down to 1. And soon to be down to 0. herO's done it. herO, he has done it. He has broken down. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. We're going the distance. GG gets called. And herO ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG well played. A very tense game. A very tense game. As a reminder, how did the game begin? It began with Proxy Robo. Remember, herO went for the Proxy Robo. Zoun, he went for the defensive Robo himself. herO, upon realizing what was going on, he cancelled his Robo. He built his own Robo in the main instead, went for a more defensive opener. We had mirrored kind of follow-ups here. herO went for the earlier Stargate into earlier Phoenix. He initially gained map control, and he baited Zoun into Mass Phoenix. He baited him in, and you saw just the limitations of Mass Phoenix as well. Like, I mean, especially against a very adept-heavy composition, right? In a longer macro game, Phoenixes can excel, but herO went for a massive 2-ace push with Mass Glaive Adepts, and the Phoenixes struggled. So here herO was able to deal critical economic damage, and then just macro from there. Just macro out of there. The Phoenixes did struggle when it came to the game aggression. Now we're going to be loading into the ace match, loading into Tourmaline. A very small map. Aggression's going to be favored here. Show us what you got. Do we proxy? Do we all in? Do we go for the all-in? Bra. As it all ends here on Tourmaline, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss, the Blue Protoss for onside. It is Zoun. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player for T1. It is herO. Here we go. We have made it here all the way to that final game of the series, to the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Tourmaline. Now remember, this is a smaller map, but a shorter rush distance by ground. You can all in from back at home without a proxy, and it can still hit very, very hard. So we're expecting aggression. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. Yo, Destiny. Oh, T1 has an emote. True. True. Why no team logos on the maps? This is because they don't have Sinistro to admin and to run the tournament. Smurge. This is what happens when we don't have Sinistro working behind the scenes. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But for now, we are going to be settling in. For now, it is going to be 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Zoun, 2-gate opener out of herO. For the time being, we have mirrored builds. No shenanigans yet. herO does have a probe out on the map. Wait, no, sorry, that's Zoun. My apologies. Zoun has a worker on the map, and show us that pylon and show us what you got. Ooh, there we go. The second pylon gets thrown down. Sorry, that's herO. I'm sorry. I'm like squinting to see. I was like trying to figure out what color is that dot on the minimap. It is herO. So herO does go for the proxy pylon, and he does set up for what looks to be a proxy robo 1-base all in. No, he abandons it. Never mind. No proxy. Throws in the pylon. Just a fake out. So here he's going for a fake out. He's hoping for an overreaction. Double stalker opener out of herO. Double adept out of Zoun. Sorry, the other way around. Double adept out of herO, double stalker out of Zoun. herO going for the Stargate opener back at home. With the Stargate, this should be for an Oracle for economic damage, but hero's playing standard more or less. So Stargate into Oracle into economic damage. Meanwhile, Zoun opening up Twilight Council into earlier Blink. Ooh, interesting. Our players have diverted in their builds. Stargate versus Twilight Council. No 1-base play, no 1-base all-ins. Not yet. Now, Zoun is being active with this probe, but I believe that should be for a rescout to confirm whether or not there's a Nexus. There it is. herO is the first to expand. And we'll see how Zoun reacts. Hold on. That's a robo. Wait, did he canceled? He canceled! 1-base all in! He's crazy! He cancels the Twilight Council, throws down the robo, he has a probe out on the map, and does he throw down another gateway? There's no proxy. Zoun, he has no proxy, but remember what we said at the very beginning of this game, because Tourmaline is so small, you can 1-base all in from back at home without the proxy and still be very threatening. So here we go. There it is. Third gateway, 1-base all in out of Zoun. So Zoun is committing, he's doubling down. Zoun now confirms that there's an expansion. Up until this point, he was not aware. But Zoun does scouts. Oracle moves out across the map. And here he will soon scout. The Oracle will allow for some economic damage, but also will allow to scout to confirm the build of choice, to confirm the production. As Zoun's just rallying. He's just rallying across. He has 4 stalkers across the map, but we have a battery on the low ground. The battery's going to be denied. That's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickoff. Takes down the battery, going for the adept. herO in a bit of trouble here. Oracle goes in, dips out, no major damage. At least hero's now aware, he's now informed. And he needs those batteries. Battery just now starting, robo's on the way. herO will have defensive immortals. But herO needs a little bit more time. Yep, now confirming there is no expansion. Up until this point, herO also was not aware. And we're just warping. And remember, we can warp in 3 units at a time. It's 3 gateways for Zoun. Zoun commits. Zoun has double the stalker counts. herO has the defender's advantage. Ooh. Catching at the pylon. herO, he has 1 battery on the low grounds. With his Stargate, he's making a Phoenix that will help against the War Prism. He needs more time for the Immortal. 2nd battery's on the way. And herO, can he hold? Can he survive? Shows the force fields. Catching at a stalker. Nice pick up. He gets 1. 1 stalker goes down. Gets 2. herO's in danger. He's in trouble. He's being overwhelmed. Yeah, herO's being. Oh my god, the stasis trap! They're catching at everything! The stasis catching at the army. The prism gets hunted down. And with that, Zoun, he shakes his head. How did that happen? Oh no! Hands off the keyboard. Ay, ay, ay. We did the same thing. Both Zoun and I, we lifted our hands to our head at the same time. Not like this, papi. Not like this. Oh my god, the herO stasis trap. Ah, papi. And now there's 2 immortals. I mean, that's game. Yeah, that's game. There's 2 immortals here. One of them is going to get targeted down, but so many stalkers go down in the process. herO, he will dominate this fight. It will chase back down. Prism is on the way, so herO can reinforce across the map, can keep on pushing. Likewise, overextending a little bit. It does overextend. The Immortal does take some hits. The Prism is now out. Now herO can micro. He can control. The juggling back. Oh my god. He juggles back, saves him, little GG gets called, and herO, he will advance on into the decider match. GG. GG, well played again. Zoun had potential, by the way. Like, he might have won that game with that all-in because the battery was killed earlier. Like, he was focusing on stalkers. He killed like 3 stalkers, and he was one-shotting. He was one-shotting those. Sorry, he was two-shotting technically. He was two-shotting those stalkers. Like, Zoun was gaining ground, and the stasis changed everything. That was such a brutal stasis trap. That ended the all-in then and there, catching out the entire ground army. And then from there, here can just focus on the prism. That was game. That was a game-winning stasis trap there from herO. And if it wasn't for that stasis trap, again, there's a world where Zoun wins. There's a world where Zoun overwhelms, but GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the final series. It's going to be the decider match between herO and ByuN. It's going to be the rematch from the beginning of the broadcast. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break.
GSL Season 1.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 1 Round of 8 Group B. It's been a very intense broadcast so far. Non-stop ace matches. Non-stop. I mean, in previous days and previous weeks of GSL, it's been non-stop 2-0s, but here we've gone down to the wire every single time. Ace match after ace match after ace match, and now we have reached the final series of the broadcast. It is the decider match between herO and ByuN. Bearing in mind, this is a rematch, as ByuN did take down herO 2-1 earlier in the broadcast. They're taken down in the second series of the day, and now we're back. We're back with the rematch here, and oh boy, I mean, it's sad to say, but one of these two players is going to be knocked out of GSL, and only one will be able to rise up into the round of 4. Let's go. Let us go. Up first, we have ByuN. We have ByuN here. Ooh, is ready for the rematch. Maybe a little bit concerned. I mean, he said himself that he was confident. True, the confidence was there. We'll see that confidence persist coming into the rematch. Meanwhile, he's not smudging anymore. The smile is back. The smile is back. The smudge is gone again. We turned off all the lights and we were full serious mode. Not a single smile in hero's face when it came to that Zoun series, but now the lights are back on. The smile has returned. herO, he is vibing as we are getting into our final series. Best of 3 vetoes are done. Game 1 is going to be Winter Madness, Game 2, 10,000 feet, and Game 3 is going to be on Ruby Rock. Interesting. ByuN took care of some of the larger maps that make it difficult for Terran players to build up into the mid to late game, such as Enclave, Title Citadel, and Old Republic, so those vetoes make sense. Meanwhile, herO go into the aggressive maps, Tourmaline, Mothership, and White Rabbit. Despite that, I will still say that 10,000 feet and Ruby Rock can still favor aggressive styles and aggressive builds, so we'll see how our players will approach this series. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran, the blue Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss for T1, herO. Let's go. Let us go. Whew. Unfortunately, no predictions on Soup. True. Since Zoun was also in the dark. You say that Zoun was using a green screen, so I wouldn't. Zoun was not smudging. He was covered in darkness, but it was fake darkness. There was no smudge out of Zoun. CDBT trophy, yeah. herO, he's got his wall. He's got his wall of trophies behind him. True. As ByuN moves out with the early SCV. Okay, SCV gets sent across the map. I believe this should be for an eBay block. I believe this should be for a block of the expansion. I say that. We'll see if we make our way in or if we throw down the racks. Yeah, there we go. The SCV is making his way in, and the goal here is to force the unnatural natural out of herO. Here comes the eBay, and we'll see if herO checks the low ground within the next couple of seconds. If not, he'll be forced to expand elsewhere. As if he moves down, it's too late. Yeah, it's too late here. The eBay block is successful, and hero's forced to expand at the third location. You can see ByuN does race over, and ByuN fails to deny the expand. Okay, there's a world where if ByuN were able to get his eBay up, if it was a later probe down to the low ground, ByuN could have left the eBay, gone to the third location, and then forced the low ground third expansion. And we have seen many a Protoss player struggle with that low ground expand, but here herO at least gets the high ground third. It's not ideal, but it could have been worse. Could have been worse. Now it's on ByuN. ByuN, he does go for his own racks expand into reactor, so there's no fast factory follow-up here, no fast helium production. Not anywhere near as aggressive. But again, it's still going to be an awkward start here for herO. Awkward base setup. Here we go. For now, it is going to be, a Stargate opener. This is a rarer sight, by the way. It is common, it is meta to go Twilight Council into Blink, into 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, 4-gate Blink Stalker. But no, herO goes to the Stargate opener. This is a rarer sight. It is more common on larger maps, and this is a larger map, so welcome to Winter Madness. I say it's more common on larger maps because when you go for a Stargate opener, your ground army and your defenses early on are very weak. They're very, very weak, and you are vulnerable to early game aggression. That is why on larger maps, you have a little bit more breathing room, you have more time and more space in between you and your opponent. So we have a Stargate into Oracle Opener to harass across the map, to do some economic damage, to attempt to give herO a lead coming into the early to mid game. And here comes the Oracle. Meanwhile, ByuN has yet to scout. ByuN is currently playing blind, and without scouting, I mean, the Oracle can catch him off guard. Remember, Stargate openers are rarer, so there's less of a chance for ByuN to be ready for this. For now, though, getting to his own 1-1-1 follow-up, we do cancel. If you notice, he had the Cyclone in production. He lifts, he cancels the Cyclone, so again, limited anti-air for ByuN. Now, due to this add-on swap, though, are we going for earlier stim? Curious. What do we swap onto the Tech Lab? The Rax or the Starport? Still taking a lot of hits. Yeah, does take a lot of damage. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by herO. Does take extra shots. The Oracle makes its way into the main, and it is going to be the Starport. Okay, so Tech Lab is on the factory and on the Starport. We have tank production, no Cyclone. Oracle dips in, and we'll get one. We'll get maybe two. Ooh, just the one. There we go. Second SCV kill. Could have been three, but two. Not bad. 2 SCVs, 0 hull damage. The Oracle pulls away. The Oracle can always go back in, and we have a second Oracle popping out. So remember, 2 Oracles, 1-shot SCVs. So despite your reaction time, 2 Oracles, they can just wreak havoc. So second Oracle's on the way. Adept does take over control of the natural, denies mining. ByuN stuck on one base. So far, the harassment has been working well here for herO. Harassment is going well. Back at home, herO taking up, going for his own delayed Twilight Council. Phoenix on the way, that will help when it comes to dealing with the early game aggression, referring to Raven harass. Ooh, Adept shades in, the Adept is going to be punished. Yeah, herO does shade in. He at least gets full scat off, confirming that Stim is on the way, confirming the production setup. As the Oracle goes back in, 2 more SCVs, 4 SCV kills in total. Not bad. 4 SCV kills so far. Behind this, going Phoenix into charge lots. Into Zealot legs. Often it's quite common to go Stargate into either Colossus or Stargate into charge lots, one or the other. It is going to be charge lots. Charge should be done in time for the Stim push, assuming that ByuN commits. So for now, ByuN is contained. herO is building up, but behind this we should be claiming our third base. Ooh, the Cyclone gets a lock on. Yeah, brutal lock on here. The Oracle is going to go down. Massive pickoff. Here he did face check. The second Oracle does hit the natural, gets 2 more SCVs. But ByuN defends well. Overall, like, he has lost 6 SCVs throughout the course of this game. But he does defend, he does hold. Building up his 3-1-1 setup. When Stim finishes, then we can start to push. Now the question becomes, does ByuN commit on 2 bases, or does he claim a third? We mentioned earlier that Stargate openers usually mean that your defenses are a little bit weaker, and ByuN might decide to commit. Otherwise, the issue though is that he doesn't know if there's Colossus on the way, right? It could be a Robo Colossus follow-up or charge. ByuN is still in the dark because of that, and as a result, a higher chance he just gets a third. He just claims the third base, takes the expansion. Phoenix as they poke in, they get 2 SCVs. That's 8 SCV kills so far. Nice damage. Catching at 8 SCVs, rotating over. Headed towards the main. Can we get up to 10? We can. Yeah, there's an opening. Wow, big opening here. 2 more SCVs, 10 in total. Here comes ByuN's move out. He pushes. And charge is ready. Yeah, charge is ready. herO's warping in. Oh, we just pulled the boys. 2 base all in. 2 base all in here by ByuN. Now, herO, the Phoenixes, they can lift the tanks. True, they can lift the tanks, but outside of that, they're not going to help too much. Ooh, they catch the Raven. 1 Phoenix goes down. Raven does fall. No armor shred. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's no armor shred. But the boys are here to tank the charge. They're here to tank. Zealot's like, they commit in. He does collapse in. Nice lift on the tank. SCVs are going down. What about the Marines? Yeah, what about the Bio Army? Zealot's pull back. Smart move here by herO. Yeah, he pulls back, preserves his charge, warping in more Zealots, and now there's no more tank. There's no more tank. ByuN is running out of steam. Oh, Zealots, again, we're being very careful here. Pulling back once again. Well, he force fields. He locks him down. He locks him in. Mine shots are denied. 16 SCV kills. We're running out of SCVs. Nice Sim City here, throwing down turrets. He does throw them down. Mine shots going off. Decent mine connections, but the Marines are heavily overstimmed. Boys are being pulled. We need another warp in. We need more Zealots. Yeah, we need another warp in here. Very nice target firing. The mine shot. Oh my god. No friendly fire. Drills in. Surrounds the army. Yeah, that's 15, 16, 17 probe kills. A messy defense by herO, and ByuN's done it. ByuN, he has broken herO. We needed one more warping of Zealots. herO, he was so close. He was so close. One more warping of Zealots, or maybe some friendly fire from the mine. But ByuN has broken through. Yeah, he maintains the army. Stims on forward. herO's got a couple of Archons. I mean, herO, he might be able to engage. But he's in the base. He cannot afford to lose the expansion. Yeah, the Nexus is going to go down. Massive pickoff. 2 base versus 2 base. ByuN, he has an economy. He has mules. herO moving out across the map. Desperation out of herO. Yeah, he's desperate. Does catch a couple of reinforcements. herO, can he get into the mineral line? If herO can get into the natural, then he can recover. He can do this. There's 2 Marauders and 2 Marines. And Marauders, they get behind the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. SCVs, they are going to be going down. Nice hold position micro. I say that SCVs, they pull away. Yeah, they pull away. ByuN is racing back home to defend. Marauders are going down. And we're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. Very chaotic. There's Rico back home. Save some of the Zealots. ByuN, sorry, here he has to be careful. In a head-on fight, I still do favor ByuN here. He's got a lot of Marauders. That's the thing. He's got a heavy Marauder army and 3 Widow Mines. If herO can force friendly fire, then he can pull this off. But outside of that, I don't know if he can really engage head-on. Oh, the mine shot. Oof. Widow Mine connection. herO pulls away. Storm has begun. And we're getting messy. Like, this is a very messy game state. I do favor ByuN. Like, ByuN, he's on 2 base versus 2 base. When we have an even base count, the Terran is favored as they have mules, they have a greater economy. Likewise, they have a more efficient army as well. herO is still on the back foot. A Storm can change things. But ByuN is being so aggressive here. He should be able to hit pre-Storm. Yeah, this army is just looking terrifying. It's just a terrifying death bull of an army. It's so beefy. So many Marauders. Even with Storm, he can just take it to the face. He can tank a Storm. He can tank it. He's moving in. Storm is done. Ooh. The Storm is done. 1 template goes down. There's 3 Storms left. Lands 1. Decent Storm. Yeah, decent Storm. Zones back the army. herO defends against the drop. Baits out the mine. Baits out the mine. Tries to bait out the other. There's 2 mines left. Ooh! Almost drags the mine in. Casito. Yeah, Phoenixes are being thrown away. The mine shots, they are brutal. Massive connections on the Zealots. Ay, ay, ay. herO's army crumbles. The mine shots were insane. Storm does graze the army, but ByuN, he's doing it. ByuN, he's doing it. He's pushing across the map. herO, he can't defend and attack at the same time. The cannon does help. Shout to the cannon. Oof. Losing the final Phoenix. Losing that final Phoenix. And ByuN is getting a 3rd. He's claiming a 3rd base. herO still has no economy. 38 probes. herO's trying to recover. And what is herO hoping for? If herO can catch out some of these drops, true, if he can catch out some of these drops and minimize losses, then herO can recover in this game. But he is heavily reliant on those kind of moments here, on catching ByuN out of position or off guard. herO does have 6 high Templar. He has some decent Storms. There's a decent amount of Storms. But again, there's just so many Marauders here. Yeah, Widow Mine does burrow. Shot goes off. Oof, massive connection. The Zealots, they get thrown away, drop into the bases, and herO, again, he cannot defend. He will lose the expansion. Natural goes down. Takes down the Nexus. He's at the pylons. herO's all in. He's all in. Babby's pushing into the natural. It's all or nothing here. He's got a good amount of Storms, but he has no Zealots. There's just no meat to the army. Storm does zone. Massive EMP. Oh my god. Insane EMP. There's a couple of storms left. The storms are thrown down, but there's no follow-up. There's just nothing outside of just storms. And ByuN holds. Yeah, ByuN holds on. Still commits into more damage across the map. Kite's well against the Zealots. Dropping into the mineral line, denying more mining. Yeah, here heavily supplied blocks as well. It cannot warp in. Oh, the friendly fire from the storm. The storm killed probes. Not like this. The friendly fire. And even here, catching a High Templar. ByuN just trading as efficiently as possible. And here comes the main push. Here comes the main army. He's got ghosts. He's got EMPs. The Archons are in the main. The third is exposed. What even is there here at the third? 2 Templar. Let's go 2 Templar. ByuN, we can go. Playing it safe. ByuN is playing it safe. He pulls away, claims his own third base. Oh, sorry. He floats over the main. Sure, yeah, it works. Why not? Why not? Floats over the main expansion. Cloak on the way for the ghost. You can hear he's hoping that these EMPs don't connect. If he can split and minimize the efficiency of the EMPs, then maybe. Feedbacks to medevac. Storms and Marauders. Kills 1, 2, 3 Marauder kills. Mainly zones. I think that was the 4th Marauder going down. Okay. I mean, that was a decent chunk of Marauders falling, actually. Oh, god, the EMP. Connects with Archons. So Archons get caught. There's still a couple of storms. Feedbacks one of the ghosts. Oh, High Templar goes down. That was a high energy High Templar as well. Had a lot of energy. Okay, he commits in once again. Massive EMPs on the Archons. The Archons have no shields, and the Archons are going down. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 Archons fall. The Archons, they just crumble. And ByuN snowballs from here. Yeah, he snowballs out of control. There's nothing left. Down to 0 Archons, 0 High Templar. Yeah, you can see herO hand off the keyboard, shaking his head. And there it is, GG. GG gets called, and ByuN, he'll take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very chaotic game 1 here. Winding it back, it was a Stargate opener, Oracle harass into Phoenixes. Meanwhile, ByuN, upon confirming the Stargate opener, what we mentioned at the very beginning of the game, actually, if you remember, was that Stargate openers are a little bit rarer. Why? Because they leave you vulnerable. Like, defending against these 2 base all-ins is much more difficult with Stargate openers, as Phoenixes are less useful. They don't really have as many uses when it comes to defensive play. They can lift up a tank, they can lift up tanks, they can lift up a unit here and there, but when you go for these 2 base all-ins, because you have all these SCVs and you're very bio-heavy, then Phoenixes, they're just less useful. They're less valuable, lifting up 1 Marine at a time and 1 SCV at a time, for example. They have just less uses. So we saw that herO was more vulnerable. Despite that, herO, he had some really nice force fields, He had some decent Zealot, engagements as well. He was being very patient, warping in more Zealots. It was still a very close fight, but it barely go in favor of ByuN, right? ByuN, he was able to edge it out, able to take the better engage, the better fight, overwhelm, and eventually broke on through in towards the 3rd base and did break his opponents then and there. The game continued for sure, but ByuN for the most part was very comfortable. Like, it was on, the pressure was on herO to get something crazy going, like a Zealot run by, a Zealot counterattack, Warp Prism drop, massive storms. Like, we needed something in favor of herO to stabilize, but wasn't quite able to. GG, well played. With that, ByuN does take a lead in the series, and our players have asked for a break. They've asked for a break here. It makes sense. This is the final series of the broadcast. This is the decider match, and ByuN needs 1 win. He needs 1 win to advance on into the semis. And if ByuN were to make it through, that means 3 Terrans in the semifinals. Oh, the TBTs, papi. Oh, no. Are we coming back to the GOM TBT days, papi? True. Are we coming back to it? Not like this. So hoping for at least some diversity in the semis, but we'll see. We'll see. Again, ByuN, you know, he's so close. And we mentioned earlier as well that ByuN, he's been in the middle of the pack for a long time. Like he's been in the middle of the pack amongst the Korean players. We saw his last year's results as well when it comes to major events, and it was like top 12 runs more than anything. So this will be a big result for ByuN and ByuN's career to make it into the top 4 in 2026. Let's go. Let us go. Game 2 is going to be on 10,000 feet. Smaller map. How will herO adjust? No shot we go Stargate. No shot we see a Stargate opener here by herO, especially on a smaller map. We should be seeing Twilight Council and safe play instead. But herO does like to be the aggressor. He likes to mix things up and catch his opponent off guard. And sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And herO, he loves that mantra. Does he go 4-gate? Does he double down? Does he go early charge? Show us what you got. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player for T1. It is herO. Here we go. Game 2, potentially the final game of the series. ByuN, he needs one more game to claim this series and to advance on into the semifinals alongside Cure, Maru, and SHIN. Again, we have 2 Terrans and 1 Zerg in the semifinals, and they'll be joined by one of these 2 players. And again, ByuN is so close. For now, we're going to be opening up. Ranks back at home. SCV is sent across the map, and do we go for another eBay block? We were able to successfully eBay block in game 1. Do we do it again here in game 2? The SCV does veer off towards the left-hand side. Will avoid the main scouting path. Does avoid the probe scouts. So again, we're getting into our game. There it is, eBay block on the low ground, and it looks like the eBay block is successful. This is brutal. This is a really rough start for herO, just because eBay blocks specifically on 10,000 feet are worse. There is no good natural option. There is no good third base option here. Both third locations are very open. They're very exposed. You can see the SCV blocks. Yeah, the SCV does block the expand and will force the center natural. Oof. So with this herO, he is much more exposed than normal here in the early game, and ByuN does go reactor into CC. It looks like ByuN will not go for the faster factory. Yeah, goes to the command center. There are some Terran players that go for a factory follow-up into reactor to Hellion to punish the Protoss. Oh, herO cancels. Wow, herO, he canceled the Nexus, and restarts the base at the natural location. As we mentioned, there's no good third base option or good alternate natural option here on 10,000 feet. So herO, instead of committing into that center expand, he canceled and goes for a delayed natural. He will lose resources with the cancellation, so he will lose money, he'll lose resources, and his natural base is going to be delayed, but it will be safer and more secure. Unfortunately for herO, ByuN went for the CC follow-up, not the factory follow-up, so ByuN has the lead. ByuN, he does have a slight lead early on here in the early game. herO even goes Zealot first, but it was a CC on the high ground. Yeah, high ground CC, the Zealot doesn't do any damage. This is a shaky start for herO. So disrupted early game, disrupted expansion, Zealot first didn't really achieve anything. Behind this, going for the Twilight Council follow-up, going for a much more standard tech structure at least. But again, here is pressure to find some damage, and so far he is not. Yeah, no damage is dealt. Behind this, we have our 1-1-1 follow-up. I believe that is a tech lab on the factory. Yeah, tech lab on the factory, and we are not going for the add-on swap, at least not yet, so we're going for the early Cyclone. Okay. Now, in my mind, because ByuN has a lead early on, we might see Cyclone into medevac into early Bio-Cyclone push, drop across the map, into like a hyper-aggressive start. Yep, there it is. There's a medevac. So this is a very aggressive start for ByuN. He's going to be moving out with all his Marines, with a medevac and with a Cyclone, and we'll see if he can catch out the initial gateway units. If there's no battery back at home, then herO, he'll be losing Stalkers, and things might quickly snowball out of control. So a very assertive start here for ByuN. He's going for the tank as well, yeah. Catching out the Adepts, Cyclone is revealed, the Marines as well. Here comes the battery. Here he's setting up. He's getting ready. And I believe ByuN is waiting for the tank. He's waiting for the tank. Here comes the bio push. And oh, never mind. The medevac moves out. Last time the medevac waited for the tank to drop across the map. But no. We're just moving out faster. Okay. We're going for an earlier push. Army gets spotted. herO is aware. And here comes ByuN. There are 4 souls to defend. Nice volley. Volley goes off the Cyclone. Cyclone is 1 shot away from going down, and herO defends. Whew, herO he does defend. If the Cyclone was on full HP, then ByuN could keep pushing. He can just keep pushing, get a lock on, and keep the Cyclone back, but that first volley does slow ByuN down quite heavily. Meanwhile, here comes the tank reinforcements. Yeah, the tank has arrived, so ByuN can now try to push forward and get the tank within range of the buildings. For now, staying on the high ground. Ooh, ByuN turns around. Okay. ByuN, he doesn't test his luck. There was a window of opportunity. The window is closed, and herO defends. Whew. Okay, herO he does defend. Now, what I will say is that this is a very mature decision from ByuN. A lesser player or a more ambitious player might have committed there and might have gotten damage done or might have lost his army. Here, ByuN, he pulls back, he preserves the tank, he preserves the Cyclone, he preserves the Marines, and gets ready for the sim timing instead. Meanwhile, here he blinks in. Ooh, he blinks in, he wants Stim, and he's going to get a massive pickoff. Stim is going to be denied. We'll lose 1 Stalker, takes down the Tech Lab, takes down the reactor, and blinks away. And does blink away. A very nice pickoff here. And remember, the whole point of backing off was to go for a Stim timing, and now Stim is delayed. Yeah, Stim is going to be delayed, so massive pickoff here. ByuN is going to be, he's going to be forced back. He's stuck at home, and herO can now recover. Whew. So here he is recovering, going back in. He wants the tank. Yeah, he does want the tank. He's going to get it. Can he get Stim again? Can he get Stim for a second time? No. Okay. Not quite. Yeah, Marines are in position. Here he gets to blink out, and he does get away. Doesn't lose the Stalker. They get low. Stalkers are low, but he does get away. And did snipe the tank. That will weaken the push. I believe he's down to 2. No, down to 1. Down to 1 tank. No more tank production. Observer gets caught out. But now there's a higher chance, yep, we expand. So ByuN, instead of the last game going for the 2-base all-in, here ByuN, he throws down the 3rd CC, is forced to expand. If he wanted to go for an all-in, Stim is delayed. Tank got sniped as well, so it's just too weak. The all-in would be too weak from here, so ByuN forced to get a CC. You can see him shaking his head actually a little bit there. It looks like maybe ByuN, he really did want to commit. But now ByuN is forced into the mid-game. Meanwhile, herO taking up. We have the Bay already done. We have Extended Lance on the way, Colossus on the way, +1 on the way, 2nd Forge as well for double upgrades, a 4th expansion. You can see herO be quite greedy here. He's taking up a lot, investing heavily in upgrades, and getting a 4th expansion. Before ByuN even has a 3rd. This is a really early 4th base, by the way. Like, this is, we're cutting a lot of corners. Like, herO, he has momentum, he feels that, and he's cutting so many corners here to just skyrocket ahead even further. And I believe he should get away with it. Like, this is calculated, but it's still risky. Like, I still feel uncomfortable. Like, it's like, Papi, calm down. Calm down, Papi, calm down. Usually you start your 4th as the 3rd is being taken. Here he starts the 4th as ByuN starts his 3rd. Like, that's how fast it is. So again, very greedy play here by herO. But again, he is getting away with it. He's gained map control, contain his opponents, building up to 2, soon to be 3 Colossus. And ByuN might just have to turtle at this point. Like, at this point, he might just be too far behind where he just has to turtle up. Oh, the miss rally. Okay. As we have a Dark Shrine on the way, this signifies that herO believes that, again, he has map control, so he's free to take up into, like, an alternative tech path in towards harassment. So DTs, they can get into mineral lines, they can harass. We saw this actually in game 2 of herO versus ByuN in the previous series, in this broadcast. We saw the same thing. And yeah, ByuN is just turtling. Like, he's just forced to just turtle up, secure himself, build up more tanks, get into eventually another CC, dive into the main base, gets the reactor, not bad. Delaying Viking production. Ooh, oh, got the punish there. There's a bit of a punish. Catching out 2 Stalkers. Hero now getting a 5th expansion. There's no 4th, by the way. No 4th in sight. So again, speaking of greed, like, it's all just snowballing out of control, and Hero's about to max. Hero's about to max out. Committing into the 3rd, though. Yeah, he does stim in. He does commit. He does get one of the tanks, but again, this is a brutal choke point. The Vikings are going ham here on the Colossus. Zelts are running out, and ByuN holds. Oh, this was a very ambitious move here from Hero, and I don't think it was quite worth it. Again, ByuN, this is where all his defenses are, at the 3rd. And Hero just rams his head against a brick wall. Hero jumping into the main. We'll find some damage here. Not bad. Going for the warping as well. Warps into the main base. Colossus, they move in. The tank stage catch one Colossus. Oh my god, massive Nova. Nova goes off. But a messy fight here by Hero. He might just lose the second Colossus. Oh no, he will. He's gonna lose everything. Second Colossus goes down. Massive losses for Hero. He does get 21 SCVs, but Hero's been very careless with the army. He's been very careless. He's been throwing away a lot. He plummets in supply. Now, what I will say is that as long as ByuN doesn't counterattack, it's okay. Like, Hero, these are very messy fights, very inefficient engagements. But if ByuN stays at home, then Hero doesn't get punished, right? Like, Hero doesn't get punished. He can just keep rebuilding, remaxing, just keep doing this. ByuN, for now, is just still turtling, now claiming a 4th expansion. But the lead that Hero had, he is losing it a little bit here. Ideally, Hero would have maxed and waited for ByuN to expand. Ideally, you wait for the 4th base to be taken, and then you punish the 4th, because that's when ByuN starts to spread himself thin. But now ByuN can take his 4th base freely because Hero lost his army. So that was an overextension from Hero, for sure. It was an overextension. Better fight for ByuN. Hero still has that strong economy, but replacing all those Colossus, it takes time. He's getting a 2nd Robo. At this point, it might even be worth getting a 3rd Robo. He's slowly rebuilding the Colossus. By the time he does, ByuN will be maxed. And ByuN is perfecting his army from Bio Tank into Bio Tank Liberator Viking. So ByuN is perfecting his army. It's going to become more and more difficult to break this turtling Terran. Okay, Prism into the main. He gets in. Prism into the main. Army's in position. Hero, we gotta be patient. Like, yeah, Hero, he wants to go in. We gotta calm down, take a breath. Again, like, ByuN wants to fight here. He wants to fight at his 3rd. You can see he's at a siege line of tanks, Liberators, SimCity with Debos as well. That is where ByuN wants to fight. Don't give him what he wants. Well, you can see here he's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the dive. Does commit in. Massive tank shots. Bio army's out of position. True. Yeah, Marines are a little bit late to the party here, but they collapse on top of the Stalkers, and Stalkers are going down. Yeah, Stalkers are falling. Hero, he will lose everything. Now, he does reset the tank count, so there's a bit of a trade. True. Bit of a trade. But Hero, he plummets in supply. He will lose all of his Gateway army, the Zealots, and the Stalkers. If it was only Zealots, that's fine. But Hero, he doesn't have a gas bank. Like, he lost, what, 8 Stalkers there in that fight? Oof. So again, Hero, he's, these have been some rough trades. As a result, he has 0 Stalkers. And what does that mean? That means that he has no answer for the Vikings, right? Sure, he has 3 Colossus, that's great and all, but without Stalkers, then the Vikings, they just go to town on your army. They can just kill Colossus for free. So you need that anti-air. You need to preserve those Stalkers because you don't really have much gas to work with. Intentionally so, Hero's on a very low gas count, like his simulators. He only has, what, 3, 4? He has 4. He only has 4 simulators. So he has very limited gas income, so you have to be careful with how you spend your gas. You have to be careful. And Hero's coming in for wave number 3 at this point. Prism into the main. Hero, he's rotating with his own main army. Going for the warp in. Hero's maxed. Here's maxed out. We have a couple of Dark Templar in the mix. Colossus, they take down the sensor tower. And I want to say there's either 5 or 6 Stalkers. I think it's 5. Yeah, 5 Stalkers. Sorry, 6. Does move in, tanks out of position, liberates as well. Better angle, true. Better angle here for herO. Does try to force his way through. Zealots are running out. Now we can just stim in. Yeah, now we just stim in. We can chase out the Colossus. No, he can chase. Oh my god, doesn't quite break through. Barely nuts. At the same time, he was distracted. ByuN was distracted. 16 SCV kills. The Colossus are preserved. Yeah, you can see here ByuN he wanted to chase. He wanted to chase, but the Zealots are causing such a big distraction. That was ByuN's moment to pounce. To dive on the Colossus. As now they shell away at the army. 16 SCV kills. herO, he has the momentum. He does cripple the economy. Does cripple. herO is still playing with fire, but now his economy is like kicking in. Like this time, he preserved the Colossus, right? He preserved the Colossus. He kept them alive. We have a massive amount of Zealots, I believe, on the right-hand side. And ByuN should be stuck in home, and ideally the way this works here is that ByuN wants to wait for herO to push into him. He wants herO to take a bad fight, and then that triggers a counterattack. As herO takes every other base on the map. And herO has taken some bad fights, so like it's not unreasonable for ByuN to expect that. But that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for herO to move in, take the better fights, and then break out. Speaking of, does catch a Colossus. Free Colossus. One Colossus goes down. Vikings, they move in. They get a second Colossus. Yeah, I guess two. There's 3 Colossus left. Oh, but the Zealots, they do lock down the ByuN army. At the same time, double Prism into the main. But ByuN's ready. Yeah, ByuN's ready for the Prisms. He gets one. He gets both War Prisms. Very nice defense. herO, he plummets in supply. And this is what ByuN wanted, right? Wait for herO to take a bad fight, and then we can break out. Okay, so the Colossus down to 2. Down to 1. Soon to be down to 0. Yeah, that Colossus barely alive. There we go. Fine, Colossus does fall. 0 Colossi remaining. Purely gateway army. Baiting the army into Liberators. Baits him in. But alas, not enough momentum. Like, sniping the Colossus is good, but he needed a stronger fight there to break out. Speaking of, Stalkers, they move in. Jesus. Stalkers move in. Heavy losses for herO. Zealots, they try to come in from behind. So herO keeps working more Zealots. Back at home, he's making 2 Colossus at a time. Nerves going off. Oh, they connect. Catching out 1. Hot pickup. Hot pickup at the ByuN. herO, he has the map. Now, what's important here, herO does have all these bases, but the reality is that herO has not saturated bottom left and bottom right. These 2 expansions don't have any saturation, so technically there's still fresh bases for ByuN to take. As herO hasn't taken any bases, he gets 2 disruptors. Nice catch out of ByuN. Oh, he gets locked down. Very nice force fields. The Zealots, they come in from behind, DTs as well. herO is deflected. He does nice some mining at least. Ooh, DTs they blink in. Yeah, better engage for herO. He does break through. As herO does catch a couple of ghosts. ByuN scans. Does spot the base, does spot the army. herO does commit in into liberation zones. And does he have enough DTs? He's breaking through. Yeah, herO, he's overwhelming. Breaks through the ByuN army, throws away the Colossus. DTs force back, actually. Oh, actually, ByuN holds. Yeah, ByuN, he holds on. I assume the DTs were trading a little bit better there, but no. Yeah, ByuN, he does hold on. Building up more Liberators, getting up to 10 Liberators. He's got the freedom, the liberation zones. The efficiency. The mineral efficiency. The gases are more or less the same. So far, hero's lost 181 Zealots. Can we get up to 200? We can, 100%. Once again, herO, he only now Maynards. He still has yet to saturate this base, which is a concern. Like, ideally, herO needs to prioritize that saturation. I feel like you can sense some of like the frustration from ByuN. Again, it's not a fun style to play because you're stuck at home, right? You're just stuck defending. Oh. Okay. As he pulls away. Saves the Colossus. But especially because ByuN is aggressive by nature, like he wants to break out. He wants to. But you gotta be patient. Meanwhile, ByuN takes down bottom left, and again, there was barely any mining there, so it's a fresh base. Here he starts mining center right. Bottom right. Center tower goes down. Jesus, that's so much freedom. That's so much liberation. So again, throughout all this, here he has begun to, Jesus, build up a massive mineral bank at least. That's a lot of zealots. It's gonna be a lot of zealots available. Again, minimal gas. Liberator does 9 mining here on bottom right. Nicely done. That is mining. Here he rotates over to the right hand side. I believe the Sensor did spot the rotation. And ByuN is ready. He's in position. And here he needs to be careful. At this point, I would be critical of herO not going into Skyjumps, but here we collapse. Yeah, we collapse on top of the army. Colossus goes down to 2. Down to almost 1. Yeah, down to 1 Colossus. ByuN collapsing in. ByuN can take this fight. We have more Zealot Warpins. We need those Liberators. Yeah, Liberators, they have to push forward. Oof. Yeah, awkward to engage there at the ramp. As Liberators, they're slowly pushing forward here. Trying to at least. Again, there's so many Liberators behind this. We can bring them in. Bring them in, Pappy. Bring them in. Speaking of, better trade for ByuN. Catching out more Zealots. Prism into the main. Bold move. Prism does survive. Here he rotates in. And again, we have a lot of Liberators kind of wasting their supply that are further back. ByuN is holding. He's holding and he's fighting for the space. He wants it himself. He wants it. There we go. Liberators, they move in. They force the blink. Nice EMPs. Yeah, nice EMPs. And with that, ByuN, he will take this fight. Forces herO back. Expansion will fall. Here he rotates to the left-hand side. Trying to distract. Trying to buy time, but again, this base should fall. ByuN never took bottom left. I thought he did. Yeah, I thought he did. Colossus, decent swipes. Decent swipes in the bio. Colossus, they do get away. Important. As here he preserves the Colossus. Oh my god, the Mule Hammer! The Mule there, Pappy. Let's go. ByuN, he gets a base. A fresh expansion. He takes it. Again, bearing in mind, he did not take bottom left. I thought he did, but wasn't quite able to. Here he rotates in. He's going to be careful to be surrounded. Does try to rotate. Bleeds out a Stalker. And remember, because herO only lost mainly Zealots, like, he's fine. Like, these are trades he can afford. He preserved most of the Colossus and Stalkers. Remember, here he has 5,000 minerals in the bank, so he can just keep replenishing those Zealots. Oh, that's here he commits. Blinks in. Crazy. Yeah, blinks in. Nova's going off. No connections. A wild blink. Ooh, better Nova. Ooh, the Novas are popping off. Massive connections. The Novas are insane. And yeah, ByuN, he cannot max out. ByuN is, these are just 2 brutal trades here. Here is doing it. Here is doing it. He blinks in. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3 Liberators. Massive losses there for ByuN. And here he's snowballing out of control. He breaks the main army. And ByuN can't afford to replenish this. He can't afford to replace. He cannot replace the army. The fresh space is nice and all, but he needs time to make use of it. And here is going for the kill. Diving into the middle line. Aggressive blink. Very aggressive. Lose a Colossus, but it's fine. And with that, we're forcing the ace match. We're going to game 3. He's doing it. The Nova goes off. Oh my god. Massive connection. And we're going the distance here. GG gets called. Every series tonight is going to the ace match. Let's go. Whew. GG. GG, well played. With that, herO ties up the series. We're going to game number 3. It's happening. We're going to game 3. And again, I will say that ByuN had a couple of moments. If you remember, we were pointing them out. There were a couple of moments, there were a couple of opportunities where I feel like ByuN could have pressed an advantage, where he was winning fights, but he didn't chase. He was not chasing. And I understand the rationale for it, right? Because especially the Warp Prism, right? The Warp Prism was constantly keeping attention and supply in the main. And that was like a nuisance here for ByuN that kept him back. Like, there were a couple of moments where he was forced to turn around and he could not chase, but it did feel like there were some missed opportunities to chase the army, to break out a little bit earlier, to break some of the expansions and claim earlier 5th bases. But last year wasn't quite able to. He wasn't quite able to with that. GG well played. With that, we're now getting into the ace match. Let's go. We're getting into the ace match. Going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Anyway, here he had some crazy fights that were not solid. Were not good. In the mid game, there was some wild fights there from herO. I was very concerned with the trading that he was doing, with the amount of Colossus he was throwing away. But in the end, he was successful in containing. That's all that mattered. He contained. Contained ByuN. And now we're getting into game number 3. Gonna be on Ruby Rock, a smaller map, shorter rushes by ground, exposed bases. We're expecting aggression here, and especially after that last game. And again, at least on the cameras, it did look like ByuN was getting frustrated. I feel like we might just vent those frustrations in a big all-in with aggression. Let's go. Let us go. As it all comes down to this final game, again, the winner of this series will advance on to the semifinals. It is all on the line. Oh boy. And again, it's sad, like, you know, herO and ByuN, they're both fan favorites, right? They're both fan favorites. They both got a lot of heart to them. But at least we got what I wanted, ace match. We get the most out of these players. The most out of them. True. Gibbs more games. From here we are setting up for that final game here, the final ace match. Once again, if you want to support the GSL, true, as looks like we're asking for a break. Yeah, looks like we're asking for a break. Okay, understandable. It's all on the line. Once again, if you want to support the GSL, you can do so via Patreon. Patreon/GSL is the way to support the event, at least internationally. You can also support the event via subscribing and supporting on the Soup platform. But again, we have our first 2 seasons confirmed and funded for GSL. Season 1 and Season 2 this year. Season 3 is still up in the air. Right, season 3 is still not confirmed, and if we can reach greater heights and greater thresholds and greater kind of grounds, then we can of course fund a season 3, that 3rd season, of course. Well, we're getting there, Pat. We're getting there. Stretch goals. That's it. That's all, the word I was looking for. Reach those stretch goals. Then we can fund season 3. Likewise, also big shout to Soup. Big shout to Soup for providing a clean feed, for allowing us to cast. In the past, I mean, we've casted GSL like for the past 3 years. But usually we cast GSL via replays. Usually we just wait, and then like 1 or 2 days later we cast via replays. But this season we have been able to live cast instead. We've provided the clean feed, obviously live casting here on Soup. But you know, it's great to have the opportunity to be able to properly live cast, to have the clean feed, of course. And here we go, we're jumping into the ace match, the final game of the series. It all ends here, it all ends on Ruby Rock. The players are getting ready. It's been it's been an intense tournament, non-stop ace matches tonight, and every single series of the broadcast going the distance. We're going the distance here. The players are getting fatigued, but also, I mean, that's what StarCraft is, a battle of endurance as well. Endurance, stamina also comes into play. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have a T1. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. As we're jumping into the third and final game of the series, we're loading into Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock, of course, has a shorter rush distance by ground, has an open and exposed third, fourth base and area in between the bases as well. Because of that, we do often see a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression. Later games are rarer here on Ruby Rock. Not impossible, but they are a rarer sight, and we'll see how our players will adjust their approach here. I can't imagine we'll see a Stargate. No Stargate play at a hero, no shot. We're imagining a Twilight Council opener into maybe 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink. We might skip the Robo and cut a corner that way, as I know that hero does like to cut corners, but we're expecting a relatively safe start. Meanwhile, ByuN, what do you have for us? For now, single gas. Single gas, racks expand, economic start out of ByuN. Economic starts. Once again, another eBay block. We've seen an eBay block constantly throughout this entire series. Game 1, 2, and Game 3, but this time faster scout by herO. The boys are being pulled, and his goal here is to force a cancel. To force that cancellation. Decent progression here on the eBay to delay at least. To delay the expand. And there's a cancel. So there's a cancel. There we go. There's a cancellation, there is the Nexus. Oh boy. Here we have our base, we have our expansion. From here we're just opening up into our early game. And it's going to be the racks into expand into factory on the high ground. So safe CC location on the high ground, just to make sure that there's no delays, there's no early zealot aggression or anything like that. ByuN is comfortably building up into the early game, and then from here we'll see if he goes into, say, Winter Mind Drop play, which we have not seen at all this entire broadcast out of ByuN. We could see Mind Drop play, we could see early Cyclones, Banshee play, Raven Harass, early Cyclone Tank Push. Show us what you got. Now going into our reactive marine. Into our early reactive marine production. Tech lab is on the way on the factory. So early tech lab into starport, into most likely Cyclone. Most likely early Cyclone. Whether we go early Cyclone into medevac, into early push across the map, yet to be determined. We've seen that already here in this series. Could see it again. Cyclone is on the way. Do we go for the medevac or do we go for the swap? Do we go for the add-on, I'm going to say. As there we go, starport is done. Tech lab has begun. Not going for the add-on swap, but not going for the medevac. Going straight into the tech lab here, so we just have a much more tame early game out of ByuN. There's no early move out, no early drop, I should say, no early commitment. Now we can build up in towards the mid game. Likewise out of herO, Twilight Council, I didn't get to mention it, but Twilight Council opener in towards Blink. How many gateways does herO have is a question. I believe he has at least 2. 3. Okay, 3-gate Blink. Hey, as we mentioned, our assumption was 3-gate Blink, skipping the Robo into a third. And that's what we're doing. Yep, 3-gate blink, skips a Robo into a third base. The reason why we assume that this will be the build of choice is because it is not as greedy as 2 gates, but it's not as safe as early Robo. It's like in between that, where it's still slightly greedy. Slightly greedier for herO. As you will have a delayed Robo, this means that if there were, say, Cloak Banshees, then there'd be delayed detection and it'd be a bit of a shakier mid-game, and we could maybe punish herO. Likewise, if there was an all-in coming, then herO would have delayed immortal production. But alas, we're just building up from here into the Forge, into +1. Delayed Robo, delayed Observers as well. True. So, no Observers. Will make scouting and vision a little bit more difficult here for herO. Moves out with the Stalkers, Blink is done. So far just nibbling away at the bunker. Gets Marine, gets 1, gets 2. Not bad. 2 Marine kills. Denies mining, boys are pulled to repair the bunker. We have that back and forth. And ByuN is going to be staying at home until he gets stim. Once he gets into stim and combat shields, he can break out and expand, or break out and push. Until then, though, we're just waiting for stim. That was also a big factor last game where ByuN, it looked like he wanted to be more aggressive on 2 bases, but he was denied stim, if you recall, and he lost a tank, so he was just forced into a more passive game. Or forced into a more defensive game, I should say. Meanwhile, here is still no Robo, by the way. Still no Robo, going for the charge, going for charge, forge, +1 into a gateway setup. And once again, picks up 2 more Marines. Very nice. Catching out Marines, almost catching the Marauder as well. Almost. Stalkers are coming from behind. Ooh, brutal tank shot. Tank fully goes off, 1 Stalker goes down. ByuN breaks out across the map. He's going for the drop. He's going for it. He's going for the drop. Here we go. He does drop into the main. There are some soldiers in position, forcing the recall. There's no prison. There's no battery. And ByuN just commits across the map. He's coming. Yeah, ByuN's main army is pushing towards the third. herO, he will defend the main base, but a bit of a messy defense. Charge is done. He wants a tank, and he gets it. Yeah, he gets us up with the tank. Massive pick off. Tank goes down. And the push is in. Yeah, herO defends. He defends the main. He shuts down the tank. We'll take 1 shot to the face. Oh, that was a brutal mine shot. But ByuN has lost momentum. He's lost momentum. Without that tank, he cannot keep pushing. ByuN has to pull away, and now he starts a third. Oh, nice punish, though. Gets a Stalker. Gets 2. Takes down 2 Stalkers, punishing herO. Yeah, a little bit messy here out of herO. A little bit messy. Still quite tense. Overall, though, I favor herO's position, considering how late the 3rd base is going to be for ByuN. But where's the 4th? That's the big question. Where's the 4th for herO? Zell say move out. ByuN is still being aggressive. He's still posturing. He's rotating, and herO, he will miss it. They miss each other. herO moves out. Do we base trade? Oh, no. We commit. Yeah, we're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. ByuN commits in towards the natural. herO's racing back home. He's racing back. Wooden Mines do borrow. Nice positioning. The mine shots. Massive connections. Zells are being cleared up. But the Stalkers are somewhat here. I mean, they made it home. They made it back home. He blinks in. And herO should hold. He should hold. He should defend. Boys pulled for a moment. Does focus on the Marauders. There's 3 Marauders left. After 2 down to 1. Yeah, 0 Marauders. 0 Marauders. With that, ByuN who will lose everything. 7 SCVs across. Oh no, the Medivacs! ByuN who will lose the entire army. He plummets in supply. And herO's coming. herO's counterattacking. Again, ByuN was so committed there, and it just was not worth it. He lost everything in the process. The Widow Mines, the Marauders, the Medivacs. herO gains map control. He's going to be containing ByuN. herO can now choose to expand or just double down. He's doubling down. He's going for it. herO, he smells one in the water. He wants to go for the kill. He's going for the kill. And ByuN's in trouble. He blinks in. Yeah, blinks in. Dives on the army. Force fields. They zone back some of the forces. Yeah, Marauders, they disengage. They cannot engage. They cannot fight. Bunker goes down. And hero's on it. Here, he has broken ByuN. Again, a very tense early to mid game. And ByuN, he chose to commit. He did get into the natural. He did have some good mine positioning, but he lost everything. Again, here, if he was across the map, we would have forced a base trade, but he was close enough. He raced back home. He defended. And with that, herO, he will make it through. He'll make it through into the semifinals. The Colossus rides across the map. GG gets called, and herO will claim the series 2-1 and make it to the round of 4 to the semifinals of GSL. GG. GG, well played, herO. He will advance on. He will make it through a very intense back and forth here. And ByuN was so close. He was so close to advancing on into semis as well. 1 game away. Came down to that final game, of course. And again, I don't blame ByuN for pushing in. I don't blame him. If herO was further across the map with his Stalkers, then he would have forced a weird base trade, but herO, he was close enough. He was in the center of the map. He chose to turn back around, and herO made it home. He made it home in time to defend, and with that, herO, he was able to collapse on the army, clean everything up, and with that, claim the game. GG. GG, well played. A risky move there by ByuN. Did not pay off in the end. And with that, herO, he will advance on, and ByuN is out of GSL. GG, well played. Congratulations to the hero. My condolences to ByuN, as I believe we're getting ready for the winners interview. We're getting ready for the interview here. Shout out to Maddox. Maddox has been providing some English translations. I'm excited to hear Tasteless ask, how do you what are your thoughts coming into the top 4? What are your goals for the tournament? I'm ready. State, what are you gonna ask?
All right, herO. Well, congratulations on your victory. This was a marathon day. The main question I want to ask you is about Game 2 versus ByuN. So you expanded, you took the entire map, and you just focused on trading all of these armies with ByuN as fast as possible. Why did you decide to go for that approach, constantly attacking, instead of taking into something like Tempest or a Mothership? Did you feel like you needed to win with that army?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 되게 긴 밤이었는데.
Here will speak for himself. I will say that often it's not necessary to take up into Sky Toss, but we'll hear from him.
되게 유리한 상황에서 사실 후반 테크로 넘어갈 수 있었음에도 불구하고 계속해서 이제 기본 유닛의 트레이드 위주로 계속 가셨거든요. 어떻게 보면 좀 돈으로 찍어놓는 플레이를 계속 하셨는데 좀 그런 플레이를 고집하신 이유가 있을까요?
일단 감사드리고요. 아마 레더였으면 제가 폭풍원 갔을 거예요. 근데 이게 대회다 보니까 시야가 좁아지고 급하다 보니까 이게 게임이 그렇게 된 것 같은데 저도 그거 지면 어쩌나 하고 진짜 걱정했는데 그래도 이길 수 있어서 다행이었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a normal ladder game, I would have gone Tempest and I would have dialed down a bit. But this is the tournament, and you're getting tunnel vision, and you seem like you're getting a constant pressure. So you don't you don't get that in mind in that kind of pressure situation. So I try just not to just get over and just turn down. Just to make sure, I need to stabilize. That's what I had in focus in mind. So I think that pressure made me to just stick to it.
Congratulations, herO, on advancing. Do you think you can win this season of GSL? I know you have some very tough opponents ahead.
이제 좀 쉽지 않은 상대들이 많이 남아 있긴 하지만 그래도
He's playing against Cure in the next round, by the way. And we know this. He's playing versus Cure. We can ask him about Cure. Ask him.
궁금합니다.
일단은 4강이 오프다 보니까 꼭 4강까지
Ask him about TVP and
오늘
Cure.
경기력 봤을 때는 일단 좀 힘들 것 같고 아직 기간이 많이 남았기 때문에 좀 많이 노력해야 될 것 같다고 느꼈습니다.
I mean, yeah, my initial goal was to make it out to the offline because there's only one day of offline events. So that being said, I'll really need to fix my performance because my performance was really bad. So yeah, it's gonna be tough if I perform like today. So I'll need to fix myself in the meantime.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much for the interview, and best of luck going forward.
네, 감사합니다.
Man, great day today.
Yeah.
Great.
So
great round.
I did want to elaborate a little bit
really
on
every single series was epic. In its own
I did
way.
want to elaborate a little bit on what was said previously. So when it comes to TVP, when it comes to that kind of positioning as well, I mean, here he said it himself about keeping the pressure up and keeping his opponents on the back foot as Yeah, as we still have the audio for the casters. We do have our nice performances here so far. Again, congratulations to SHIN and herO for making it through the group stage. SHIN does advance on in first place, herO in second place. SHIN is going to be up against Maru, and herO is going to be up against Cure, and I'm sure we're going to be getting a graphic of the bracket itself. There it is. Here we go. Semifinals, Cure versus herO and SHIN versus Maru. Now, what I was going to say about TVP is that very often, if you do decide in TVP, if you have map control, you have the bases, if you do decide to take up, that means you have to take gases. So you take gases, and then you start to slow things down. You throw down your fleet beacon, you throw down your stargates, and you start to take in that direction. That takes away from your aggressive nature. That takes away from herO, and herO was very active in that game. Even though game 1, even though game 2, ByuN was purely defensive and was stuck at home, herO was unrelenting. To a fault is what I will say. I mean, we did see some really rough fights from herO, but like he just kept rotating, kept pushing in. By no means did he like kind of rest on his laurels and stay back and let ByuN build up a bank and build up his own resources. Like herO was just constantly in his face, and that's kind of how you have to approach it. If you start to take up out of it, then usually that does take away from your aggressive nature. I would say usually it is ideal to start teching up if you notice that your opponent is starting to stabilize, right? If you notice that your fights are going too poorly and your opponent is actually able to claim another base, then you do need to start teching, because clearly you're losing momentum and you're losing the effectiveness of this cheaper, more robust army that's designed to be like suffocating. If you're no longer suffocating, then you got to get the hell out of there and you got to start working towards something greater. Otherwise, everything can very quickly snowball out of control. But here we go. We have our schedule. We have our weekly schedule here. We just wrapped up with our RSL round of 8. With GSL round of 8, I meant to say. We have RSL over the weekend. We have the GSL semis and finals. That is going to be, of course, on the 17th of May. Looks like ticket sales open on the 11th of May, and they're going to be available for a week. And then, bam, we get the GSL semis and finals on the 17th. That'll be in 2 weeks' time. Meanwhile, of course, in the interim, we have, Kung Fu Cup. We have War TV Mondays. We have RSL. Our schedule is a little bit more intense, of course, as always, here on the CranKy Ducklings. We're going to be live in around 10 hours. We're going to be live in 10 hours time with what? With StarCraft Evolution, with some SEL doubles tournament. 2v2 StarCraft Evolution is going to be in 10 hours here on the CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, we also have the podcast. We missed out on the podcast last week because there was just so much StarCraft going on. We had no room for the podcast, but podcast is back tonight. That'll be in under 24 hours time. Under 24 hours, we have the podcast. Meanwhile, for more GSL action, we have, of course, the way to support. We have GSL Patreon, Patreon in the chat. Patreon.com/DSL is a way to support GSL and help us boost the prize pool and reach greater thresholds and reach greater stretch goals to be able to fund Season 3 of GSL. So you can help support Korean StarCraft, and you can help support fund Season 3 of GSL through the Patreon. Likewise, through the Soup platform as well. As you can see here before you ByuN Zoom in, we have $6,000 a month, which we already reached. That is for 2 GSL CKs a month. We have $10,000 a month for GSL Season 3 to be funded, and $15,000 a month will allow for Season 3 to be extended into the round 16. Currently, it's round of 12, but we can extend it even further into the round of 16. True. Oh boy. So again, we do have our stretch goals available, and do consider supporting GSL via Patreon. Consider supporting. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up for the evening, and we'll see you guys in 2 weeks time for some more GSL. Otherwise, we'll see you in 10 hours for some more StarCraft. Again, we cost more StarCraft than anyone else out there in StarCraft. So tune in. So do tune in to some more CranKy Ducklings on all of our platforms. Meanwhile, shout out to all the other supporters as well. We have, who do we have here? We have One Stork. We have Peridosta. We have Kronos as well. I see David. I still see Manifesting Good Posture. Posture check in the chat. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up here, and we'll see you guys in 10 hours for some more StarCraft, or whenever we happen to see you. We're live on a daily basis over on our channels, Soup, etc. VODs available on YouTube as well. Check out the VODs. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. Until next time, hasta luego. See you next time.
Incoming transmission.